Well, it's game day here at round 2 of the DMP 2026. We are live from Katowice. My name is Eddie Power and I am joined by my good friend and former pro drift driver in Ireland, Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, what a treat we saw yesterday here for qualifying in both the semi-pro and the pro competition. But we are almost ready for top 16 in the pro class, which saw yesterday Adam Gomeliszek with an incredible 96.5 and baby Ivan with a score of 93 in second place. Third place then going to Victor Duda with a score of 91, and it really was a big day for the young drivers, showing that they are the future, that there's a really bright future for the sport here in Poland. These guys have been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. The semi-pro class even, Eddie, because I think you're just getting ahead of yourself there with excitement like we all are. But yeah, absolutely. Crazy qualifying session yesterday throughout both classes. We had the rain come down in the pro class later on in the afternoon, and it was absolutely torrential conditions for the drivers. But for the semi-pro class, we had a nice uniform weather for the qualifying session, and like you said, I think we're really seeing the up-and-coming European talent, not just Polish talent, but the up-and-coming European and international talent shining through here at DMP this season.
So it is, as we mentioned, round 2 of a 4-round championship as we look ahead to see where we've been in the season and where we are going. Round 1, of course, took place in Warsaw in the Pitak arena in Warsaw, and what an incredible event. Winner Ivan Baby, of course, who has come here again, second place in qualifying today, but obviously a brand new circuit here in Katowice for all of our drivers. It'll be the same at round 3 in Radom in August before we head to Poznan for the final round, which will see us crowning our championship winners, and that will be in September. So a 4-round championship, as we alluded to yesterday, Mike. This leaves the drivers very little, if any, room for error.
Yeah, well, each round is 25% of your season, obviously, with 100 divided by 4. But as you said, Eddie, that is exactly why the drivers have to try to get in a good result in each round. It's so important to just knock in a result and not do anything too rash early in the battles, in your top 16 battle, not do anything too crazy that might knock yourself out. Just try to steadily get your way into those all-important maybe final fours for the likes of Ivan Baby, Gomeliszek, and all these guys who are looking to procure their pro license for 2027.
Yes, well, not only are they looking to procure that license for 2027, but also looking to keep the championship hopes and dreams alive. And for these young drivers coming through, trying to make a name for themselves, trying to get sponsorship on board, it's really important that they don't slip up. But crucially, Mike, all of them doing what they needed to do yesterday, which was scoring high, getting themselves in a good position for today's competition. But as well, there was points on the board for qualifying yesterday, so they've all added to their tally already this weekend.
Yeah, and not alone do you gain some points from qualification. Of course, if you qualify highly, you also buy yourself a slightly easier top 16 battle. So the first place qualifier will face off against 16th place, second will play 15th, etc. And the theory being that you can buy yourself a little bit of an easier battle, maybe against somebody who was struggling a little bit with conditions yesterday. And also, not only that, but the higher qualifier also has won the right to choose whether to lead or chase at the start of their battle, which can give them a little bit of a tactical advantage.
It certainly can, and of course we do refer to, say, the higher qualifier having that so-called easier run through to the final battles. But of course, with a top 16 format straight from qualifying, you're really going up against people who may not have been good enough to qualify in those very top spots, but certainly would have been mid-pack in, say, a top 32 format. So you're still going up against some big name drivers, which can lead to what we could almost refer to as surprises in the top 16, but certainly not overly surprising considering how closely bunched the pack is, as we take a look back at some of the runs that we saw in yesterday's competition, just giving a good idea, if you weren't watching, just of what this track entails. It is, of course, 6 outside zones with, 6 zones, 5 outside zones with 1 inside zone, as we get an opportunity just to see one of the drivers from yesterday just passing through the circuit. You can see
Ivan Baby doing
Ivan Baby things, yeah.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well, guys, if you're not familiar with where we are in the city centre in Katowice in southern Poland, of course, after moving down from Warsaw at round 1. And this is a fantastic location. We're right in the middle of Strefa Kultury, which is the cultural centre in Katowice. We're surrounded by skyscrapers, amazing architecture, and the old world with the coal mines and all the architecture from that, and all the industrial stuff around us, with some of the new world world around us as well, with the KTW office buildings, etc. And of course, we're right under the Spodek
This
Arena.
was that 96.5 run of Adam Gumelicek in the incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce that just doesn't look like it should be easy to drive, and I'm not suggesting that it is by any stretch, but these guys surely perform absolutely amazing. It's one of two that are on the grid here this weekend between semi-pro and pro class, and Adam Gumelicek, who is well in contention for the championship, doing a really nice job and qualifying with that huge score of a 96.5. It was one of the first scores in the 90s that we'd seen this season. As we take a look at the day schedule for today, of course, we'll be kicking off with semi-pro top 16 very shortly here. Before we move to the main event, it is pro top 32 from 1 p.m. local time. There will be a break between top 32 and top 16 as we open the paddock and allow the fans to come in. But from top 16 onwards, it is right through to the final, where we will be announcing our 3 podium finishers, along with the team standings and the podium from the semi-pro class as well. So, Mike, we are almost ready to go. Obviously, things change a little bit from today. Obviously, yesterday's format, 1 car on the track at a time, scored out of 100 by each of our 3 judges that are in attendance. But of course, today's system changes a little bit. 2 cars on track, and if you're familiar with the sport, obviously you'd understand how the battle format works. But for those in watching that aren't familiar, talk them through it.
Well, okay, if you are not familiar with drifting, welcome. Number one, it's a fantastic sport. It is one of the most exciting motorsports in the world, where entertainment, I guess, meets motorsport. And as Eddie said, we had qualifying yesterday, where it is single car runs on track, where the judges score the drivers out of 100, and they determined who the top 16 are for semi-pro, the top 32 are for pro competition. However, today we are into the thick of it. We are into battle action, where there are 2 cars on track simultaneously, which will go head-to-head against each other over the course of 2 runs. Now, in each run, there is a lead car and a chase car, and they swap them around in the second run, where the lead car then becomes the chase car. It'll make a lot of sense as we are watching it, and we will help you to understand the runs as we call them. But basically, it is the lead car's job to run the qualifying line that the judges set out yesterday. We'll run you through that in a second. And it's the chase car's job to mirror them as closely as possible, basically getting as much proximity to the doors of the lead car as they possibly can, while mirroring what the lead car does on the track. Once again, it'll become very, very obvious according as the runs go on. But basically, each driver in the lead position has the qualifying run to try to complete with 100 points on the board. So each driver will leave the start line, and we will have the track map, I believe, in a second, Eddie, to explain that.
As we mentioned, it is 6 zones, so 5 outside zones with that 1 inner zone, as the drivers come from outside zone 2 and into inside zone 3, and then have to switch it back again for outside zone 4, and hopefully we'll get an opportunity to have a look at that track layout to give you guys at home a visual representation of what it is that face the drivers. But as you rightly mentioned, Mike, the lead driver, their goal is to essentially do exactly what they did in qualifying yesterday, try and score that 100-point run and open the door essentially for the driver in the chase position to allow to get as close as possible and mirror what that lead car is doing.
Absolutely.
Then after the first run, we switch them around. They change order. The lead car becomes the chase car. The chase car now, which will usually be the lower ranking driver, the lower qualifying driver from yesterday's qualifying, will then have that opportunity to try and get up on the door of the lead car. So here it is.
Yeah. So you can see the lead driver leaves the start line right underneath the camera. He's allowed to brake very slightly as he comes into outer zone 1, where he just flicks the rear of the car through. Then they have to full throttle, get all the way out to zone 2, transition back the other direction. They're allowed to brake in the red zone there before they get into this really long outside zone pull, where they want to run the rear tires of the car right on that outside line. That's full throttle, full commitment, full tire smoke. It's very, very exciting. Then the drivers go full throttle once again through the only inner zone on the track, where they'll be expected to run their front right wheel just on the edge of that box, where they rotate once again, do a transition as we call it, back through the little braking zone there in the red, and they go into a very tricky Eddie zone 4, where we see a lot of wheels dropped, a lot of little mistakes creeping in from the drivers right here alongside us in the commentary booth. Now once again it's full throttle up as they look towards zone 5 to a little touch and go quick section, where they transition into, and the most difficult technical section, into zone 6, where the drivers have to really set up their car with a nice angle as they come into 6, drag the handbrake maybe, or just flick the car into zone 6, set themselves up, not drop a wheel if possible, and then it's full throttle over the finish. Now we do go to the judges. We have 3 judges, of course. We have David Callis, who is our style judge, and he's the head judge also, the head judge of Drift Masters, the European series as well. We have Karol Jabłonski, who is the angle judge, and we have Mateusz Ziedzic, who is the line judge. Those guys will be splitting the scores across 30 points for style, 40 points for line, and 30 points for angle across the run. So basically 100 points on the board for the lead driver, and it is the chase driver's job then to once again mimic the lead driver's actions as closely as humanly possible. It's all very exciting. It sounds a little bit complicated when you're explaining it, but when it's out on track, it is self-explanatory.
Well, it looks like we are going to those judges now and going to just talk us through.
Yeah, talk us through exactly what happened. David Callis knows what he's talking about. We should give
We're
it to
mainly
him.
expecting great battles. This layout is opening doors for spectacular chasing, mainly in the big corners. We would like to also see very good synchronized transitions, especially around the inside clip, where we'll be looking a lot on how synchronized transitions the drivers can do. But we are really looking forward for what we will see in a minute.
So there you have it, Mike, from the judges. And of course, you know, when you were talking through the track there, you did mention about outside zone 4. And for anybody that was watching yesterday would have seen quite a sizable downpour of rain yesterday. More rain predicted later on today as well, which does have the potential to really impact the predictability of the track surface. It's already very difficult with the amount of rubber that's been laid down on the track. Very grippy throughout. But let's go, and we are almost ready to go, I believe, for our top 16.
Okay, Eddie, so we are ready to go with Semi-Pro Top 16 action. Very, very excited to see this. I love Semi-Pro competition. I love the Pro 2 competition back home in Ireland, where we see the up-and-coming drivers who are, you know, making their way up through the sport and making, you know, a name for themselves and hoping to get that all-important pro license. And it's worth noting as well here, guys, that in DMP the rules are a little bit tough. If you don't have a good finish in the pro competition, you can be relegated to semi-pro. So we will see some former pro drivers as well back into the semi-pro bracket.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at that bracket, Mike, as you mentioned, and it'll be on our screens now in just a moment. But we will see our first battle will be top qualifier yesterday facing off against 16th place in qualifying. So Adam Gomalicek to take on Bartosz Ostawowski, who, of course, is the only sports driver, competitive sports driver, driving without the use of his hands. Celebrating his 40th birthday today, I believe, as well. So a big day for him, but a big opportunity for him to try and take down one of the rising stars in the sport. Then on the other side of the bracket, you'll see second place Ivan Baby taking on Daniel Scratch. And again, Daniel qualifying down in 15th, making life difficult for himself, coming up against one of the heavy hitters in this semi-pro class between round 1 and yesterday's qualifying for round 2. So that's kind of some of what faces us, Mike, over the course of the next 80 to 90 minutes or so, and it promises to be very entertaining. The good news for these guys is that the likelihood of any rain affecting this segment of the competition is quite unlikely. The rain scheduled to come later on in the afternoon, which is really going to more than likely affect the pro drivers more so than it will this semi-pro grid. So we are almost ready to go, and it looks as though our highest qualifier, Adam Gomalicek, has moved into that lead position. He does, of course, have the choice whether or not he wants to lead or chase, but the driver's saying not too much problems with tyre degradation on this track, and he's happy enough to take the lead line for the first battle.
Absolutely, yes. So as you can see here, guys, it is a paved surface. We are in a car park here in the Streffe Culture in Katowice, and it is a different surface to what the drivers are used to. We'll see how it works for battles throughout today, but we're ready to rock it for top 16 action.
We certainly are. First battle of our round 2 semi-pro competition, and it is Adam Gomalicek to lead in the birthday boy Bartosz Ostawowski, and already, Mike, a huge gap opening up here as Gomalicek is just on fire through the course here, and very difficult for Bartosz. As we mentioned, the only driver, professional sports driver, without the use of his hands, drives his car with his feet, steers it with his left foot. It's an incredible feat, and he is just struggling to keep with the pace here of this little Alfa Romeo Veloce V6 underneath the bonnet, 650 brake horsepower, and across the line goes Gomelicek, who basically, Mike, kicks off from where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this little Alfa Romeo, it's such a nimble little car, and I think it suits this car park track quite well. There's actually quite a dip as well in the car park right there just as they enter outer zone 2. It's worth noting, and there are a couple of drains across the track that make life difficult for the drivers, so bear that in mind as you're watching here, guys. If you see some unusual mistakes creeping in, it is quite a bumpy surface here because of course it is a converted car park, which is a racetrack for the weekend. So yeah, really nice lead line here from Gomelicek. These guys would have been getting in some practice this morning. Bartosz, the birthday boy, as you mentioned, Eddie, doing everything he can in the chase position, but he is going very shallow towards the inside of the track. That is not what the judges want to see. They want to see him right on that outside line with the lead car, mirroring the lead car's actions as closely as possible. So we have to think that Adam Gomelicek is currently at quite the advantage heading into the second half of this run.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you know, really, realistically, he had that 96-point run in his pocket from yesterday, and very similar style run there today. I think that would have scored quite highly by the judges. But here we go. What can Bartosz do now in the lead position with some clean air? Can he find that perfect line and cause problems for Gomelicek in the lead position? Well, right now he's opened up in a gap here, Mike, and he's on an absolute ripper of a lead line here himself as Gomelicek looks for the door of that E92 and starts to reel him in and find it as Bartosz does a good job to avoid dropping a wheel as he comes from 3 to 4. Now gets back onto that deep line, but he can't shake Gomelicek, who's right up on the door of that E92 and tucks into the pocket now through this final section. Little mistake as Bartosz has a little wobble coming into outside zone 6, but look at Gomelicek on the door and pushes on the pressure as they cross the line.
Yeah, great finish there from Gomelicek in the chase position, exactly what the judges and all of us want to see. Now, I did think Gomelicek opened the door to Bartosz there to kind of get back into this battle, because Gomelicek was very straight as he entered into outer zone 2, and Bartosz was pretty much on the line that the judges wanted to see. So bear in mind here, guys, the judges will be watching lead and chase, comparing both over the course of the 2 runs, and Gomelicek there not with the perfect entry, that's for sure, into outer zone 2. Now if you watch Bartosz right now, he was pretty much on the right line into the all-important outer zone 4, does deviate a little bit from that line, and there Gomelicek starts to really find the door from here on now, Eddie. I mean, he did cut the track a little bit to do it, so let's see how much of an advantage the judges do give him, because he did kind of shortcut the track. Does it here again. You know, so I think after the first run, Gomelicek was at a big advantage. However, Bartosz has a strong lead run here, and Gomelicek, even though he really does find the door here and it's a great finish, I think that he's been a little bit sketchy in the chase position as well.
I think for me, Mike, the lead line from Gomelicek was so predictable, and the same can't really be said for Bartosz. And I think, you know, when the judges look at that, I do agree there's a lot of mistakes there from Gomelicek in the chase position, but I think he's going to be favoured here by the judges. Yeah, and you can see there Adam Gomelicek getting the win, and the guys, round of applause at home for Bartosz Ostrolowski. He doing a good job on his birthday, but coming up against the heavy hitter that is Adam Gomelicek, never going to be easy.
No, he gave us some buns as well there, Bartosz. So big up to Bartosz there, the birthday boy. Huge respect for what he does in the sport. And that is Bartosz out of competition already. So we move it along, and Adam Gomelicek will go into the Great 8, where he will face off against the winner of this battle, which is, of course, it is
Wojciech Fabisiak to take on Oliver Ozdoba.
Yeah, you're the man with the pronunciations, Eddie.
Yeah, well, don't expect too much from me. Some of these are tough. But yeah, look, 2 guys qualifying similar positions, 8th and 9th yesterday, Mike. So you expect to see a close battle, of course. Wojciech in that S15 4-litre Barra engine underneath the bonnet.
2 monsters here, Eddie.
2 absolute monsters, yeah. And 2 guys really on form this weekend. Maybe just didn't have the perfect qualifying session, you know, qualifying a little bit down the order, but both of them inside that top 10. And look at this from Ozdoba, right on the door of that S15, straight from the off air, putting pressure on Fabisiak, who's at contact as they come into outside zone 4, Mike, and the judges are going to need to take a look at that and decide who was at fault as we move it along into outside zone 5. Dropped wheel from Wojciech as Ozdoba struggles on the inside line, but now tucks onto the door at S15 as they cross the line. An exciting battle for the second battle of the top 16.
Yeah, really exciting battle, that's for sure. Always entertaining in the semi-pro class. As a nice entry there, really nice entry from Wojciech. But yeah, straight away there you can see Oliver Ozdoba under a little bit of pressure in the BMW, just a little bit of a waiver, so the judges once again will be saying that the lead car is at quite the advantage here. But look at this dive, he just avoids severe contact there, pulls out of the dive and reinitiates the drift. So the judges will have a look as well, just in case the lead car did anything unusual there, maybe excessively braked or braked unpredictably. Just to make sure that he wasn't the one that caused that issue. Now, you know, in the lead there, once again, there, Wojciech, a little bit sketchy in the lead run there around the last zone, and Ozdoba having to slightly correct his line there. So a little bit of a sketchy first run there, a lot to take into account for the judges.
Yeah, and I think, as you mentioned, look, both these drivers qualifying inside the top 10 yesterday, Mike, but both drivers struggled with the consistency that, say, the top drivers had in qualifying, and I think that's showing a little bit of nerves as well now in this first battle. You want to get this battle under your belt, but here we go, Ozdoba to lead in, Fabisiak now in the second half of this top 16 battle, and already a big gap opening up here for Ozdoba as he struggles to keep that car on track, but gets it hooked up now and puts foot to floor as he finds his way around outside zone 2. But Wojciech now trying to find an answer here and get some proximity of his own here in the chase position as he tucks onto the door of that E46 and nicely through outside zone 4 as they switch back, pointed towards outside zone 5, and the final zone here as Ozdoba just a little bit slow to get into outside zone 6, opens the door for Fabisiak to get on the door, and as he does, as they cross the line.
Yeah, a great run there that time, much better than the first one. And the Barra engine, the Ford 4-litre straight 6 engine under the bonnet there of Wojciech's Silvia, doing a good job in the chase position, even though he did cut the track once again really severely here on outer zone 2. So let's see what the judges think of this one. It's been quite a scrappy battle overall, but I think maybe Wojciech might have done enough from here on, as he starts to really find the door of the very good lead run, to be fair, from Ozdoba. And let's watch Ozdoba's lead here again.
I think kind of there's two talking points really over the course of the two runs. Was the contact or the almost contact out, or inside zone 3 on the first run, and then just the massive separation from on the second run from zone 1 to 2. So
yeah, a lot of talking points on this one, to be honest.
And don't be surprised if the judges want to see a few replays. As you can see, they're actually looking back at that first section on the second run. Huge gap opens up, and as you say, Wojciech having to cut the track dramatically to try and get that proximity through the latter stages. As you mentioned, did have good proximity from the end of outside zone 4 all the way through to the finish line. But certainly this looks like a complicated one for our judges, and don't be surprised, Mike, if we get one of the judges, maybe David Callas, coming on to explain this one, because a lot going on and very hard even for us. We've seen a lot of it, but even still very difficult to try and decipher between a lot of the mistakes that were going on there. So
yes,
both drivers, two young guys, 18 and 19 years of age, just watching on now, and you know, this is big for the championships as well, Mike, and they you know, going out here could really put a spanner in the works for one of these two guys, for either of them, in terms of their 2026 championship hopes as they look up towards the monitor. Perhaps a replay being shown on it. Not entirely sure if they have the same screen as us, or if they're just patiently waiting for the decision to pop through.
Yeah, you can see Oliver Ozdoba there kind of pointing either direction, waiting for the results to drop in. Judges taking a good long time to deliberate over this one. And definitely a very technical battle to decide. Usually judges will have their decisions in, Eddie, within a few seconds, but this one taking a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think when you have big separation like that and almost contact, they really need to be 100% sure, Mike, what happened and what transpired, and that can often lead them just to going over those replays and just discussing it. But here we go, this decision is about to come in, and it looks as though all three judges in favour of Oliver Ozdoba, who, in fairness, Mike, I kind of thought over the course of the two runs just seemed to be that little bit better, but I believe we are going to hear from David Callas.
Yeah, for this run, it maybe looked that Ozdoba did, Olivier did quite visible mistakes, but those visible mistakes were caused by the leader, because the chase is only as good as the lead in front of it, and unfortunately Wojciech was decelerating not the correct way. The deceleration coming to the second big corner was too long, and then coming to the last corner it was just too much and too long, so it caused like huge mistake from Olivier. So we are counting that as a mistake from the leader. That's why Olivier was getting the win.
So there you have it from David Callas, and the man who took third step on the podium, Oliver Ozdaba, does progress into the top 8 where he will face highest qualifier Adam Gomalicek. We go back to the start line where it is Victor Duda to take on Dariusz Malaczynski in another big battle for the championship, because Victor Duda sitting qualifying in 4th place yesterday, Mike, so he's well up the order there, and sits, I believe, 5th position in the championship. So again, this is crucial for him as he takes on Dariusz Malaczynski, who pulled it out of the bag on his second run in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, a really wild qualifying run there from Malaczynski yesterday in the S15. Let's see what he can do here in the chase position, Eddie. I'm looking forward to seeing the fireworks that are about to unfold.
Yeah, so here we go, and it is, as we say, Duda to lead in Malaczynski, and a big separation very early on as Malaczynski struggles to find that perfect chase line and get that proximity. Now he comes looking for the door, but again, just doesn't have that line right. He's cutting the track to try and gain this proximity, and it's costing him when he finally eventually finds the door. And just as he gets there, Victor Duda just puts foot to floor and opens that gap once again, doing a really solid job in the lead run, and no major mistakes from the lead driver.
Yeah, really nice lead run there for sure from Victor Duda. And like we said, Malaczynski with really crazy style yesterday in qualifying. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in the lead. But overall here, Victor Duda doing pretty much what he needs to do in the lead position. And as you said, Malaczynski cutting the track quite a lot on outer zone 2 to try to find the door of his fellow Polish
you
driver.
can see as well, Mike, getting caught off the line a little bit and then transitions far too early, and it just brings him onto that inside line around inside zone 2, and from there he's really just trying to fight his way back into it. But every time he gets anywhere close to Victor Duda, Duda is just back on power and pulls away, and he just couldn't time those lunges onto the door to make it work. And I think big advantage now to the lead driver.
Yeah, and of course we do want to see the chase driver trying to match the angle as well of the lead driver. And if you look at Dariusz Malaczynski there, he was a little bit straight throughout the outer zones, trying to find the door. You know, we all do it as drivers. We all tend to try to find the door by whatever means possible. It's instinct, but unfortunately there, not the most convincing chase there from the elder Polish driver.
Well, interestingly now, both drivers not back on the line. Of course, a lot of these cars struggling to keep the temperatures low, but you can see our start line marshal just waving the drivers back. They do have 2 minutes to get back to the start line, and if they don't make it back in time, but we're hearing that they were allowed to have a cooling lap as well, so that was given a decision yesterday that a cooling lap would be allowed, but still time is of the essence, so they are required to get back to the line as well. So here we go, we reverse it now. The order for this one, it will be Dariusz Malaczynski to take on Victor Duda in the lead position. And we have an issue at the start line, Mark. Is it a false start?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, we don't have a Victor Duda leaving the line here, and Malaczynski will be red flagged here, surely, to stop him. Yeah, he has been. The red flags are waving. He continues to drift, but he has seen them now. Yeah, so maybe a false start there. So the start line marshal will make eye contact with both drivers and make sure that both drivers are ready to go. They'll engage first gear, and the start line marshal then will set the Christmas tree, and both drivers will be ready to leave the line. Interestingly, actually, the chase driver can stay further back, and he can leave the line earlier than the lead driver in order to give him an advantage and get him right on the door. So keep an eye for that. The more aggressive chase drivers will use that to their advantage, but a little bit of a false start there, and I think there is a penalty applied for a false start. If you get one penalty, you go back to the start line. If you get two, you're out.
Yeah, so here we go. It needs to be perfect this time around for Dariusz Malaczynski as we wait for that green light. The chase car does have the opportunity to jump the line, as you mentioned, Mike. No problems for either driver though this time around, as Dariusz again just trying to find that perfect lead line, but struggles to just maintain that wide line through that full zone as he opens the door for Victor Duda now to try and gain some proximity and put some pressure on him in the chase position. Again, not the perfect line here from the lead driver to make things easy for the chase driver, so it is a struggle here for Duda in the chase position to try and keep that proximity and predict what the lead driver is going to do. But it looks as though they approach the line. Duda closes the gap on Malaczynski, and I think, Mike, safe to say Victor Duda looking the stronger of the two drivers over the course of the two runs.
Yeah, Duda doing pretty much everything he could in the chase position there with a fantastically entertaining and wild Dariusz Malaczynski. And a nice entry into outer zone 2 from Malaczynski, but he comes very much to the inside of the track then very quickly, so Victor Duda would have found that a little bit unpredictable to follow. Now Duda finds himself on the inside of inner zone 3, which is not where he wants to be either, but overall they get back into formation here. Victor Duda making the dive around outer zone 4 right near us here in the commentary booth, and both drivers then foot to floor, full throttle action as they get down through 5 and into the last zone, outer zone 6. Now Victor Duda finding himself, Eddie, on very much on the wrong side of the track there. So while I do agree with you overall, I think it's going to be there's not going to be a huge separation in points between drivers.
It certainly closes the gap quite significantly. But I still think over the course of the 2 runs, but it is a big one here because Victor Duda qualified in 3rd position, sits 5th in the championship, Mike. And as you say, the judges will have spotted that mistake towards the end.
As they wave to the cameras and the crowd?
I think had there been a better lead line throughout the run from Dariusz Malaczynski, this could have been a much closer run. But we're about to see the result pop in, and it's Dariusz Malaczynski getting the win, Mike, and maybe those mistakes, the judges saying, not good enough.
I thought it might have changed there over the course of the second run a little bit, all right, Eddie, to be fair. And while I would have agreed with you initially, I thought it was quite a close one, having looked at both runs. And judges thinking that the beautiful S15 of Malaczynski makes it through to the next battle in the top 8, where he should face off against the winner of this one, Eddie.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Ilya Zamfir, the 17-year-old, in that 5-litre Coyote-powered E46 to take on Michał Malarski. And Ilya, of course, having that really strong performance in qualifying yesterday, qualifying in 5th position, Mike, and will choose the lead line straight from the go. What about this car from Michał Malarski? Incredibly well presented, and yeah, look at this, fires onto the door, the E46 right from the get-go, but Ilya Zamfir with that near perfect lead line once again, so consistent and strong yesterday, and has been throughout this championship. He's looked really on form over the course of the 2 rounds, but opens the door here for Malarski to try and gain some proximity and put some pressure on. He certainly does as he dives onto the door now as they come into outside zone 5. Almost a wheel drop there from Ilya Zamfir, who looks so steady in the lead position, but he just can't shake Malarski as they cross the line.
Yeah, a very aesthetically pleasing battle here, Eddie. 2 fantastic looking cars and a great run as well, actually, especially for a semi-pro top 16, where it can tend to be a little bit more sketchy than what we'll see according as the battle brackets progress. But nice entry there. Unfortunately there, Zamfir was after sacrificing zone 1, but it's not a huge amount of points for zone 1, so both drivers then getting into the thick of things around 2, 3 and now into 4, where it's a really nice outside line there from once again from Zamfir in the BMW, and Michał Malarski in the probably my favourite car actually in the semi-pro competition. This thing looks so good in the flesh.
Yeah, I mean the chrome graphics on it, they're just really cool, and it's just very well designed and presented. But gains proximity, Mike, I'm not sure the judges will be happy with the manner in which he does it through some of the zones. Kind of cuts the course a little bit in order to get there. So I think the second half of this one's going to tell a lot. But for now, Ilya Zamfir looking good in that lead position. But of course, what do I know?
Yeah, well,
completely wrong on the
we
last
saw
battle.
that in the last battle, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, once again, guys, the judges do want to see the chase car mimicking the lead car with as much proximity as possible. But you have to mimic what he's doing. You can't just cut the track and then find the door, because you are basically taking a shorter line through the course. Now we swap them around. We're going to go again. Michał Malarski leads us in. Ilya Zamfir is in the chase.
Yeah, Malarski, as you say, in that incredible S14A as they wait for the green light, and right as that light changed, Malarski was ready to go. He was really on it there, and Zamfir had to have his wits prepared as he fires it. But look at this bike, big contact with the wall. Oh, that's a bad crash, as Malarski maybe just drops wheel onto those marbles and just loses grip completely, Mike. But he was coming in hot there.
Yeah, way too hot, Eddie, unfortunately, and it's a big contact with the wall. It's a rear suspension killer, absolutely, and then bounced back out from the wall here at the edge of this city centre Katowice track and into the path of Ilya Zamfir, who probably sustained some damage from that one as well. I think the front of the car, survived here.
I think the lucky thing for Zamfir in this situation, Mike, is that a huge gap had been opened up on the run-in, and had he been any closer, that could have been far more severe in terms of the damage to Zamfir's car. As it is, I would say there is still some sill damage, perhaps, and to that E46, but. Yeah, I think that could have been far worse had there been a lot more proximity.
Yeah, definitely. These cars are designed to be pretty much space framed behind the rear turrets. They have to be the original car between the 4 turrets, the front and rear, but behind the rear turrets, they are designed like space framed essentially to hold the fuel cell and to basically make them interchangeable in the event of a crash. Now we can see here the rear suspension of this car will have taken a huge hit. Obviously, most of these cars, even the semi-pro cars, will be running an aftermarket rear suspension setup like a Wisefab or whatever. So that stuff is not inexpensive. It's really good at getting the car handling well and putting down the power through these semi-slick 225 maximum with rear tires allowed in the semi-pro championship. But you know, I think it's after taking a huge hit in the back right here, and that'll be an unforced error from the lead car. Therefore, it'll hand the win, I think, to Ilya Zamfir, and that'll be it all over for Michał Malarski.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see get an opportunity to see a replay of this incident, just to try and see exactly, you know, is there anything obvious that went wrong? Is it driver error? Was there perhaps a problem with the car? But for now, it looks as though, you can see Michał Malarski looking a little bit dejected, as you naturally would be, and he goes over and just has a little moment with Ilya Zamfir, who of course will feel quite, bad or sorry for Malarski. Nobody likes to see this happen in competition, but it is the danger, it is the risk that these drivers face every time they go out on circuit. But the main thing is, Mike, both drivers seem to be okay and seem to be, haven't sustained any injuries.
Yeah, just confirming, Ilya Zamfir going through to the Grade 8, where he will face off against Dariusz Fabisiak. But like you said, Eddie, thankfully both drivers unhurt. Usually the worst thing you see in drifting, thankfully, is sometimes a broken finger, as the marshals kick the rear wheel straight there much too easily, which would suggest to me that there's a control arm or two completely broken off of that car on the rear. So that's quite a lot of suspension damage. You might see some subframe damage. You might even very easily see some differential damage here, Eddie, where the half shaft from the wheel took the impact and transferred the impact into the diff. So could be quite an expensive one here, unfortunately, for Michał Malarski. But I'm sure we'll see him back for round 3 with the car looking better than ever. And again, guys, if you are down here watching, or if you're going to catch a round, be sure to see this car.
Strzeliłem ze sprzęgła, poleciałem na beton, stwierdziłem w ostatniej sekundzie, że jeszcze wyratuję, no ale jak już złapałem tył, to przeciągnęło mnie do przodu, no i co? Przebudujemy to! Dziękuję wam, kibice!
Wielkie brawa dla Michała, to jest motorsport, tak się zdarza. Czy już patrzyłeś blisko, oglądałeś auto, czy co mogło się wydarzyć?
No... Wszystko jest zniszczone, wszystko, ale spokojnie, na następny wjazd znowu będzie najładniejszym Nissanem.
Dobrze, czyli trzymamy kciuki za twoją ekipę, żeby odbudowali szybciutko i naprawili auto na następną rundę pewnie.
Tak, trzymam kciuki, słuchajcie, najlepsza ekipa HPS, pozdrawiam, dziękuję wam panowie.
Dzięki Michał, powodzenia, dziękujemy za to show. Złapiemy jeszcze Ilię, mamy czas za to, ekipo?
Well, there you have it from Michał Malarski. Of course, we didn't catch a word of that really, Mike, ourselves, but seems like what an absolute G. Seemed very positive and upbeat for a man who just put his car into the wall. Now, does he go on to the marbles?
Does he lose drive here a little bit? Yeah, he just goes into the marbles here. And
well, he goes into the marbles when he goes off, but it doesn't. Yeah,
it was the second impact into Zamfir's car already. Watch the second impact here in the BMW.
He tries to get back on power there, Mike, and it just doesn't seem to light up at all. So yeah, I'm wondering, does he?
Oh, that's a big...
It pushes the front end of his car back in again as well.
Is Zamfir's car left-hand drive or right-hand drive? It's left, I think, yeah. So he would have been on the far side, but if that had been a right-hand drive car at home in Ireland, I think you'd have known all about that one tomorrow, Eddie.
Yeah, do you know what? I think it looks to me perhaps just coming in too hot there, and he's reluctant to get back on the power, perhaps.
Yeah, big hit there for Zamfir,
but it was a big hit, yeah. They both would have felt that massively, and from Zamfir,
yeah, so Zamfir now has to go to the pits and see if his car is okay for competition for the next round, but hopefully it's just a little bit of suspension tracking needed.
Yeah, so we move it over to the second half of our bracket, which will see Ivan Baby, our second place qualifier with that 93 on the board yesterday, to take on Daniel Scretch in the F22 BMW, and Ivan Baby looking ready to go.
1500 horsepower on the line here, Eddie, in a semi-pro competition in GMP.
Yeah, I mean, look, all these cars, for the most part, are definitely pro-spec cars, as we see Daniel Scretch getting ready to try and take down one of the top dogs this season. And 15th place in qualifying yesterday for Scratch, so he's coming up against it with Ivan Baby.
He's got a lot to do here.
You know what?
Ivan Baby looks so good in qualifying.
He does. But you know what, Mike? The big thing is he'll know that he can trust the lead line here, and he can go on 100% in the chase position, but already loses some ground here as Baby gets off to the perfect start, drops a wheel, though goes very deep into outside zone 2, loses the rear bumper, opens the door now for Scratch to try and find some proximity in that F22. More wheels dropped here from Ivan Baby as he starts to feel the pressure and things heat up here in Katowice, and Daniel Scratch finds the door at that E46 and now starts to lose some ground and make some mistakes of his own. Can he find some proximity through the final sections? It's been a calamity of errors from both drivers as they cross the line.
Yeah, well, very, very exciting. I don't know what is in it, but every time Ivan Baby takes to the track, it's super, super exciting. Nothing different in this run here. Full commitment from both drivers, and I think it's just the speed that they enter the course with just these 225 semi-slick rear tyres. And watch this for commitment from Ivan Baby as Scratch slightly loses him, as you mentioned, Eddie, on initiation. Sacrifices zone 1 as well. Ivan Baby gets into zone 2 and gets foot to floor. Starts making some tyre smoke from about here on as he finds the track limits very much and almost lands in the wall himself. Almost a second BMW involved in a collision there in the space of 10 minutes or so. Does manage to get out of the wall, losing his rear bumper in the process, and Scratch now finding the proximity here, as you mentioned, but just starting to back out once again then, and he's on the inside of the track. So at this point, Ivan Baby is making up more and more points from the judges. He's on the right line, and Scratch does not have the proximity to Ivan, to the Ukrainian, in order to start gaining back some of those points. Ivan really powers through the transition, then dials on the angle into outer zone 6, just uses the car's natural momentum to get it rotated around to outer zone 6, and while Scratch is doing his absolute best in the chase, he just can't get the line nor the proximity throughout the run, and Ivan Baby is in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, very much firmly in the driver's seat, as you say, Mike. It does have a few mistakes of his own, but we switch them around now and it will be Scratch with the opportunity to try and put down that perfect lead line. Can he find the difference from yesterday's qualifying? As he's under pressure here, and he will be under severe pressure from Ivan Baby in the chase position, who's going to come for the door of that F22 BMW. As here we go, second half of this one, as Scratch leads them in deep into outside zone 2. But here, a bit of a wobble there as he almost understeers and goes into the wall. I'm wondering if there's issues at that part of the track for the drivers, maybe just not anticipating the levels of grip as Ivan Baby comes for the door of Daniel Scratch. Scratch on an absolute ripper of a lead line now as he finds that outside zone, looks for outside zone 5, points it towards 6, finds it once again as Baby finds the door of the F22 and puts pressure on Daniel Scratch as they cross the line.
Yeah, great chase there from Ivan Baby, the Ukrainian, putting huge pressure on the Polish driver throughout the course of the run. Right here, he just initiates in exactly the right position, right on the back bumper, and now uses his momentum to start to find the door. And look at this, he just really gets in the pocket from here on out. Number 555 there on the back of the BMW. Daniel Scratch doing a really good job, I think, in the lead right here. Maybe dials on a little bit too much angle here. Ivan Baby backs out a little bit, maybe thought that Scratch was going to have a spin in front of him. But overall, I think Ivan Baby then just really turns the screw from here on and looks, maybe not got a lot of angle there, but looks like the better driver, and I think he's a sure thing for the win here overall, Eddie.
Yeah, I think some clever use of angle there at times, just doesn't overcommit, waits for the lead car just to get settled and then makes the move. And you know, lead judge David Callis did say yesterday you really need to pick your points of attack on this course, and I think for Ivan Baby that's exactly what he was trying to do there. Will it pay off though, and will the judges see it that way? As we go to the judges to get our decision, and it is your second place qualifier Ivan Baby moving on to the grade 8, and he's looking confident, Mike.
He is looking confident. He looked confident throughout qualifying, and he's looking confident here in the battles. He's one to watch, that's for sure, in this championship, and who would bet against him for taking this championship by the end of the season? Well, I know one guy that would, is Adam Gomalicek, but we'll see what happens, because these guys are on opposite ends of the battle bracket, and we might see an Ivan Baby Gomalicek final, but we've got a lot of drivers to go, Eddie, before that.
We certainly do, and we've got a very interesting one and an interesting perspective top 8 battle. Ola Boyko going up against Peter Revehi here, and if Boyko can take down Revehi, he's got a huge opportunity to take down, to go against Ivan Baby and really cement himself in this championship. But Peter Revehi is going to have some answers of his own here in this top 16 bracket, and there's a lot of talking left to be done before before any talk of that battle can go ahead, as we see Boyko in the lead position, the Ukrainian in that E46 compact, 515 brake horsepower. But here comes Revehi in the chase position, looks for the door of the compact and finds it nice and early, makes his attack. Now he look to back off, but just to allow space in the lead car, just to get transition through 3 into 4 and makes the dive once again. Revehi on it, Mike, looking so aggressive as he just puts all the pressure on Boyko in that lead position, who just can't shake the E92 of Revehi, but now starts to lose some ground. Big angle from the lead driver as he throws it into outside zone 6, puts foot to floor, and across the line goes Boyko.
Yeah, super exciting battle already here in the top 16 in semi-pro at DMP round 2. Fantastic stuff. Really loving this championship, loving the drivers as well, loving the style of the cars. Pretty much everything's super positive, especially the venue even here is so good. Fantastic scenes for the crowd in attendance and for all of us watching as well. And yeah, as you say, it's brilliant stuff here from the chase driver Peter Revehi, looking for all the world like he wants to be best friends with Ole Boyko from there.
That's a really great way of looking at it. So come back.
Yeah, come back, don't go away. I mean, let's be friends. But unfortunately, then he did seem to get caught in the pocket. You mentioned David Callis in briefing last night mentioned that you have to pick your points to attack from. He said, do not attack coming into zone 5 because you will get stuck in on the inside of the track as you enter 6, and that is pretty much what happened. So you think that David Callis knew a thing or two about drifting?
Yeah, I think he's been around it for a while, maybe, so we switched them around, and it's going to be Peter Revehi now in the lead position, the Hungarian with that E92. He's got some work to do here, Mike. He needs to be good, but he misses outside zone 1, making it really tough for Ole Boyko in the chase position, but Boyko able to make it work, gets on the door, the E92 nice and early as he starts to try and apply some pressure of his own. Nice transition out inside zone 3 from both drivers as they throw big angle at it. Onto the door goes Boyko once again as he puts pressure on the Hungarian. Boyko all over Peter Revehi as they throw it into outside zone 5. Boyko cleverly backs off, now looks to make his charge once again onto the door of the E92 as they come towards the finish line. Across the line they go. Wow, Mike.
Wow. This is top 16 in semi-pro, guys. If you're liking this, wait till you see pro action. But you know what? We're getting as much entertainment, I think, here in semi-pro as Peter Revehi fires in the car. And remember, guys, these drivers will have spotters as well, telling them exactly how their first battle went. We'll get to that in a second because I think Ole Boyko might have known that he was at a slight advantage. Now, Revehi dials on a lot of angle through zone 3 there, which the judges don't actually want to see. They want to see a nice predictable mid-angle through that section, so that big angle might actually have put off the chase driver and might give another advantage to Boyko. Now Boyko once again here slightly cuts the track, but he's still in the box, still in the zone, and I don't think he goes for the absolute kill here because he'll have known that his spotter will have told him that Peter Revehi will have made a little bit of a mistake on the first run around that zone and that he might have already been at an advantage.
Well, here we go. Judge's decision is in, and it looks as though all three judges in favour of Ole Boyko. And Mike, that sets up an absolute stomper, a real championship deciding battle almost, because Ivan Baby, first in the championship, is going to take on Ole Boyko, fourth in the championship in the Grade 8 here at round 2.
Yeah, it's already heating up here, that's for sure. We are knocking out the battles thick and fast here, and it is looking like a very important one for the championship, a 4-round championship. We go back to the line, Eddie.
Yeah, back to the line where it is. Vaclav Buryan to take on Mike Tesler, and of course Buryan, third place. Sorry, just double checking. Yeah, third place qualifier yesterday, so a very strong performance from him. And what will we see him produce here in the lead position as they leave the line? Tesler, of course, in that E46. Here we go, and Vaclav on a really nice lead line, as you would expect for someone qualifying in the top 3 in yesterday's qualifying session. Looking really confident, and Tesler gets massively mixed up as he comes from outside zone 2 into the inner zone of 3, and it makes a huge problem for him as they come towards outside zone 4. But now look at this from Vaclav Buryan. He's absolutely rips through 5 on the perfect line through 6, and across the line go the two drivers, Mike.
Yeah, loving the style of these two cars as well. Mike Tesler with the all-conquering B58 engine there and his E46 700 brake horsepower. Nice entry there from the Czech Republic driver Vaclav into zone 2 especially. He's right skirting on the edge of that zone. Now Mike Tesler doesn't quite have an answer for him. He's a little bit away. Now both drivers negotiate Inner zone 3 there, Mike Tesler very straight as well through 3, and then finds himself in the wrong part of the track completely around the outer zone 4, almost turning it into an inner zone 4 for himself. Dials on quite a lot of angle there as well when he should have been trying to really accelerate through the transition. So I think overall Václav Burian looking very good here, the Czech driver taking an advantage over the Ukrainian on the first run. And both drivers 17 years of age here, Eddie, so an international teenage battle here at DMP Round 2 Semi-Pro Top 16.
Yeah, just exactly what we want to see, because these young guns, Mike, there's no fear. They don't back down as we see them looking confident in their media photographs. And here we go, it's Tesler now in that lead position with the clean air. What can he do to try and force an error from the lead position? Fires it into that second zone, manages to hold it, but he's going to spin, Mike.
Big spin, yeah, big spin from the lead driver there, Mike Tesler. It all falls apart a little bit for Tesler all of a sudden. And I think that he was under pressure after the first one anyway. He might have known that. Once again, his spotter would have been on the radio telling him that you got to do something here very, very special because you did not have a good chase. Maybe Tesler just, that got into his head and he just fired it in on a little bit too much angle around outer zone 2, a little bit of contact between both drivers. And yeah, I think it's just an unforced error from the Ukrainian, and that should be a pass into the Great 8 for Václav Burian.
Well, as you said, Mike probably knew from the spotter that he was at a disadvantage after the first run. It looked to me like he was trying to get as big a gap opened up through those first couple of sections, but just carried far too much pace going into outside zone 2. Couldn't scrub it, and unfortunately led to that spin, as both drivers have a little handshake and an embrace check over the cars. And it looks as though third place qualifier Václav Burian should be progressing through as we await those judges' decisions to make it official. And it is, of course, the Czech driver Václav Burian who moves on. So that leaves us, Mike, with one battle left in our top 16, and it will be 6th place qualifier Ernest Komorowski to take on Max Makos, our 11th place qualifier. And Max Makos on a run here as well, so looking to try and, you know, bump himself up the order here in the championship.
Yeah, so just having a look at the championship there myself.
Yeah,
and
sits down in 16th position, so yeah.
Loving this car though.
Needs a big result here this weekend.
Beautiful, beautiful S13. This car is an event in itself. And across the way then the M2 bodied car of Ernest is another absolute work of art, to be honest. E46 under the skin.
Yeah, and
M2 body.
Ernest, of course, himself is sitting in 13th position in the championship, so it's kind of make or break this battle really for both these drivers, Mike. Whoever gets knocked out here, it's going to be detrimental to their championship hopes. Is, you know, an opportunity. Oh, but it's big entry here from Max Makos, and interestingly, Komorowski choosing to chase first, Mike. But a big entry there from Max Makos. Now drops 1, 2, oh, 3 wheels off there for Max Makos. So it's a huge number of errors.
Yeah, big number of errors there creeping in. Max Makos. Max Makos there, the Polish 24-year-old, maybe under a little bit of pressure here, Eddie.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. And yeah, just got an opportunity to look at this again, Mike. Again, just very quick, big angle, and you just see he's not going to hold that, touches the marbles.
Yeah, but very much on the inside.
Makes it work.
Ernest Komorowski was very much on the inside of the track, but it might have been a difficult one to chase.
Well, look, he is, and that had this. But this is where it really goes wrong, and it's 1, 2, and 3 full wheels, so it's not going to matter. The poor line through 2 for Komorowski, and you'd say the decision to chase first was the right one, Mike.
Yeah, well, I mean, 3 wheels off, just like a spin, just like an extended straighten, or just like a opposite drift where the car is drifting in the wrong direction, that is counted as a 0 in the eyes of the judges. So 3 wheels off will be a 0, and that means basically that if Ernest Komorowski puts in a mistake-free run here, that he doesn't give himself a 0. Essentially, he can make mistakes, but once he doesn't give himself a 0, he will take the win.
Yeah, he's got clean air here now, so he just needs to. He doesn't need to try and push too much, but his pushing drops a couple of wheels just as he enters outside zone 2. Now fulfills that zone nicely, as Max Makos now just needs to try and apply as much pressure as he can in the lead position. He needs to be closer here. He needs to go aggressive, and it needs to happen now, because we're coming from outside zone 4 into the final 2 sections. 5 seconds of driving is all it needs here from Komorowski, who makes a mistake of his own, Mike.
Oh my word!
You
what just
cannot
happened?
take your eyes off it for a second.
Oh, all he had to do, Eddie, was just make a pass up the course, and he was free and true. Now, I'm not sure if he knew that, Eddie. I'm not sure if his spotter knew that Max Makos would have had 3 wheels off, but he knew that he was at a huge advantage, and all he had to do was make the pass of the course. And once again, drifting throws up a surprise. It's never over till it's over in this
Well,
sport.
I think Max Makos will not believe his luck here, because he's going to get, Mike, one more time, it seems,
It seems.
with that huge error. Oh, wow, I can't believe this.
Yeah, I cannot believe it.
Did we give the commentators curse? He literally had 5 seconds of good driving to get himself across the line, and he was going through, keep his championship hopes alive, going into the top 8.
It was definitely the course, Eddie.
And
You
here
said
we go.
you,
Look
you
at
said
this,
it about
on the
here.
line,
You
just-
said 5 seconds of driving, and yeah, you
the wall.
gave him the commentator's curse, and that was it. You owe that man an apology.
Yeah, I do.
You
I
do.
do, yeah. It's all my fault, Mike.
It is. It's all your fault,
yeah.
and we see it so many times in drift commentary. You say something, and the next thing,
Yeah, Max Makos just shrugs his shoulder.
And
As
great
you
hair
can
as
see.
well.
Yeah, Ernest Komorowski, does have fantastic hair.
Yeah,
You're very jealous, Mike.
I am very jealous. I don't have a lot myself, so yeah.
Yeah,
And a great car as well, to be fair.
I think the only positive here for Ernest Komorowski, as we see the judges confirming it will be a one more time, is that he doesn't appear to have done any damage to the car, Mike. It was kind of a side-on impact.
Side
Got
impact,
away with
yeah.
that massively. That could have been far worse. So he should be ready to go again. Maybe just go back into the pits,
Yeah.
check the cars over, fresh tyres. But it's going to be a one more time.
I don't think the
And
drivers have seen the results yet. They were just they were too busy chatting, but yeah, it's a one more time as they point to the screens and now, say, oh, we got to get back into the cars. Okay.
Well, they want to go back inside because obviously this is.
So they're just getting their results now. They were turned away from the screens, too busy chatting. But look at that.
Yeah,
look
they
at that.
They got to go back in quickly.
Look at that S14, Eddie. That thing is just so good looking.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty. And do you know what? You cannot appreciate. Look how clean it looks here. I'm telling you, if you see this car up close, it is a work of art.
Yeah,
it's a masterpiece.
A lot of drift cars are nice from afar, but far from nice up close. But this thing is absolutely pristine up close. Like you said yesterday, it looks like it left the factory, but definitely not the Nissan factory because it's massively modified to the highest level. But when you see it up close, it's just such a work of absolute engineering art. So once again, guys, if you are joining us here of this beautiful Sunday morning here in Poland for DMP Round 2. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the action. We are here live from Katowice at DMP Round 2, right in the middle of the Strefy Culture, just a tiny bit north of the city centre here, pretty much still in the city centre to be honest, and we are surrounded by skyscrapers. We're under the Spodek Arena, and we're in quite an iconic location where I think the media that's going to come out of this event is going to be epic, Eddie. But it's a great event which is taking place in the car park in the Strefy Culture on a paved surface, which we are expecting rain on later on for pro action later on in the afternoon, so stay tuned for that. It is going to throw up massive surprises because there is no grip here in the wet, as we saw yesterday from qualifying.
Yeah, particularly the water seems to collect down at outside zone 4 there. As we said, it looks like it's quite a flat car park or track. It does lean very much
downhill to the
left to right as we look from the start line out towards the track. So the Marshall's just taking an opportunity just to repaint some of the surface. Very tricky to see the outside line of the track at times, particularly with all the rubber that gets laid down, and you can see just how much of that rubber has been laid down over the course of the weekend.
Yeah,
from
huge
Friday
rubber.
morning all the way through to this afternoon.
And we spoke with pro driver Max Heidrich in briefing yesterday evening, and he mentioned that once you get the rear wheel onto that outside line, it's very, very slippery as well, actually. I'm not sure if it's the paint on the cobbles or what, but he did mention once you're on the outside line, it gets super slippy. Yeah,
we saw a lot of drivers, particularly in the pro class yesterday, dropping a wheel over the line, just barely, just very, very slightly over that line, and the judge is not massively penalising it. But as you say, Mike, look at the back shots there and the UFO in the background. What a great piece of architecture and a great just bit of ingenuity, very clever design, and it looks so well in the city.
Yeah,
really cool to see something like that.
The contrast here in Katowice is crazy. We see in the foreground here the old coal mine, and we're in around the Silesian Museum, and you can see the tower shaft there as well, sometimes popping into view. The Warsaw 2 tower shaft, which is now an observation deck, but in the background then we see the KTW office skyscrapers, which are, you know, offset buildings. We thought it was shoddy workmanship when we arrived, Eddie, but I think they meant it. So you have a huge contrast at the back of that, the residential buildings, which are much older. Obviously the contrast here is amazing, as we do see the tower shaft here, the Warsaw.
I wouldn't trust them to play Tetris, Mike, I'd say that much, but yeah, the architecture, it's really special here. And that's such a beautiful city, and you know, even the nightlife last night, we took a walk down to some of the kind of the promenade areas, and amazing to see.
You made me come home early.
I did, Mike, I did. You know, we've got some work to do today, but you know, it's amazing just to see just how lively it was down there, and everybody just eating and drinking and enjoying a good time out in the streets. And Poland's certainly the place to be, I think, at the moment.
It is, and the paddock here as well is pretty much a Drift Masters level paddock, but it's the domestic championship here in Poland. But trust me, guys,
I thought those blue containers were a swimming pool when we saw the overhead shot. I was like, how did I miss this? But,
the swimming pool, but pretty much as we see Jakub Przygoński's
well, you
pit
can
here,
actually
and Peter
see
Wieczek's
the
pit.
motul tent as well, where Max Maykosz and his teammate Marek have their cars pitted, and as you say, if you get an opportunity to see the overhead of that again, even from that distance, you can tell the attention to detail that goes into the builds and the cars down at that garage. So
yeah, it's a crazy paddock, guys. And if you are listening from home in Ireland or anywhere around Europe, or especially if you're in Poland, be sure to get to round 3 or 4 of this championship, and especially check out the cars, because this, you know, I'm around drifting with 20 years myself, and this championship has genuinely blown my mind in terms of the builds and the commitment from the teams to making everything, you know, as good as it possibly can be.
yeah, everybody in the audience having a good time as the crowd starts to filter through ahead of, you know, anticipating a big show from the top 32
6-7.
Pro later on. Yeah, 6-7. We've seen a lot of that. We don't know what it means, Mike, but we are up on the hand signals of the younger generation.
we're way too old for 6-7.
Yeah.
No.
Is that a Minecraft t-shirt I can see as well? The green on that young kid. It's hard to tell because it's probably written in Polish.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure there's kids watching on going, that's something completely different.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are so old.
Once again, a city centre location, a lot of guys outside the fence as well, wondering what's going on as we see the Spodek Arena here.
Yeah, how cool is that? And then, of course, there is the car show over on the other side, just beside the Spodek, and there's lots of merch available. There's all sorts of trade stands, and there's go-karts here. There is sim racing that you can do in that truck there beside the red tents.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. We saw, guys, that building on the left-hand side. We saw people cleaning the windows yesterday. Just yeah, it looked very sketchy. Not something I'd be signing up to do, Mike.
No, definitely not me either. It wouldn't be great with the heights, Eddie, but I don't mind
No,
the
that's
cars.
why you're
on motorbike.
5'6", Mike.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, they kept me. I was designed to stay close to the ground.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, we've even got Ferraris, and we've
Oh,
got
here we go. Lucky duck.
We've got a lucky duck back on track, and that does mean that we are back on track. And look at this once again, the beautiful S14A of Max Maykosz, ready to rock once again. They got the cars turned back around straight away for the one more time, Eddie.
Yeah, well, this is, you know, if Max Maykosz was a cat, one of his lives would be, he'd be down a life.
He would. He'd be on 8 lives now.
This is an opportunity for him to get his head back in the game here, and, you know, 2 clean passes of the circuit. Will we see a cleaner battle here now, as again Komorowski looks to lead first, or sorry, chase first, as he gives Max Maykosz the opportunity to have that fresh air, that clean air going into the first run, as he fulfills outside zone 1 nicely. Much improved here as he chose big angle at inside zone 3, now flicks it back for outside zone 4, and so far Komorowski doesn't have an answer as Maykosz drops a wheel as he comes in towards the end of outside zone 4, but a straight in there for Komorowski as he struggles to deal with that mistake from Maykosz. Max now gets back on it, fulfills the zone, and no real fight here from Ernest Komorowski, and perhaps to chase first was the wrong decision on this occasion, Mike.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the proximity definitely wasn't there, but let's watch the replay once again as we see Max Maykosz making his way into the track in this car that wouldn't look out of place in a GT racing series. Now Ernest Komorowski in the beautiful E46 with the M2 body, looking great as well. Doesn't quite get the proximity throughout the course, and if we watch Max Maykosz, his lead line is really good around here. Maybe just stop the car up a little bit there as he drops a wheel, realised that he was going off track and had to lose a little bit of speed in order to get back on track. But overall, really nice run here from the lead driver, the 24-year-old Polish driver, doing everything he can in the lead position, making life pretty easy for Ernest Komorowski to chase him. But unfortunately for Komorowski, he was nowhere near, and I think now after this one, Max Makos, like you said, he got out of jail free, and he's at a big advantage now going into the second run.
Yeah, I think the problem for him though is he can't sit back. He's still going to have to, attack and show the judges that over the 2 runs he was the better driver. And if there was no chase from Komorowski, there needs to be one here from Max Makos. Will he get the perfect line here from Komorowski? As Komorowski looked good in the lead position now, knows that he needs to be perfect here if he's going to have any chance of going through to that grade 8. Big angle for both drivers as they enter into outside zone 4, and a little bit of separation here now as Makos gets stuck on the inside line as they pointed for outside zone 5. Makos again shallow through those zones, but it's not the perfect lead line here from Komorowski either as he finally finds the zone as he crosses the line.
Yeah, I think Komorowski was almost after doing enough to actually get himself back in the fight here, but just that waiver on the last zone there might be enough to swing it in the favour of Max Makos. But both drivers missing outer zone 1 very, very much. That zone is only worth like 5 line points and I think 8 angle points, so it's not going to be worth a huge amount over the course of the run, but still both drivers missing it. Now actually unusually we see the chase car here on a wider line for a little while, Max Makos on a better line than the lead car, which is unusual to see. And then, but Ernest Komorowski really, gets through the transition, powers through, and opens up a huge gap. However, he does go very much onto the inside of the track, where Max Makos was also situated. So a bit of a scrappy second half of this battle, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in an earlier battle the chase driver being on the line that Makos was on, deciding the battle in favour of the lead driver. But of course, Komorowski not able to get that perfect lead line through that section either. So I think that does balance it out a bit. And it's so hard not to talk about that S14. It is so tidy.
And of course, we will see the S13s in the S13 in Pro Action later on, the sister car to this. Fantastic car as well. But it's just such a beautiful, beautiful car. Inspirational almost to build something like that and have that tidy factory corporate sponsored look almost, which we don't see that often in drift cars, even in Drift Masters, because drifting is such a sport of expression and personal taste, as well as we can see, from the BMW of Ernest Komorowski on the right hand side, which is also a very, very good looking car, it must be said. So both drivers waving to the crowd here in Katowice. And once again, guys, if you are in the comments, let us know where you're watching from and give us a shout. And thank you for joining us here at Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polski round 2.
You're very brave, Mike.
Very brave.
Very brave. I think I managed to say it correctly once at best at round 1.
I think I messed it up there a little bit.
I've been just going with DMP for round 2 here.
Mistrzostwa.
Mistrzostwa Polski, yeah.
Driftingowe
Mistrzostwa Polski.
We're getting
rate us out of 10 in the comments.
We're getting tips from Caro. Getting tips from Caro there on pronunciation. Thank you, Caro, for correcting us. So judges will be having a lot to do on this one, Eddie. I think there's a lot to take in on both sides of this battle.
There is, as we mentioned, we've seen it before, Mike. People just being stuck on the inside line, and I wouldn't like to call it. I mean, look, the judge is still deliberating over it, still watching replays. We can see them, and it was a one more time on the first battle. I don't think they're making life easy for themselves on the second battle here either. Certainly looked as though Max Makos had maybe the stronger of the lead runs, but there's a lot of errors in the second run, Mike, and I'm just wondering what way the judges are thinking as they look at this. And here we go, we're going to get the decision. Which way is it going to go? It is going to go, it's a split decision, and it is going to be 2 judges in favour of Max Makos, who will move into the top 8. And I do believe we have David Callas, who will explain and talk us through.
If we had possibility to send this battle one more time, we would definitely do that. There were big mistakes on both lead parts. Maximilian was having big mistake coming from outer zone 4, which is the second big corner, where he slowed down in place where he should not. Then we did not count the mistake of the chaser, the separation, basically almost till the end. Then on the second run, there was a big mistake coming to the last corner from the leader. And we've been deliberating which of those two mistakes was bigger, and then we looked into the small details. That's why you can see the split decision, where for me and Karol, Maximilian's lead was slightly more smooth in places where he was running, and also his chase, where for Mateusz, he thought that the mistake of slowing down was bigger. So that's why he went the other way than we did.
So there you have it from our head judge, David Callas, and it will be Max Makos moving on. And we do believe we have Max down with Victoria.
Jest z nami zwycięzca tej zaciętej walki. Max, wydaje mi się, że ty oczekiwałeś większej przyczepności, szczególnie tu na tym zakręcie. Coś się zaskoczyło?
Tak, zdecydowanie na czwartej zonie pod koniec zakrętu zostałem zaskoczony słabą przyczepnością, co wyskutkowało moim wyjechaniem w stronę betonów, ale finalnie potrafiłem to utrzymać.
Walczyliście bardzo równo i pokazywaliście sobie coś związanego z kierownicą. Mieliście jakiś problem, czy o co chodziło?
Wymienialiśmy się po prostu problemami w naszych samochodach.
A, to tajemna jakaś wiedza, widzę. Dobra. Max, jesteś zadowolony z tego, że to ty udało się?
Oczywiście, że tak. Lecimy dalej.
Lecimy dalej. Piąteczka, gratulacje i powodzenia.
So there you go, 16 become 8, Mike, and Max Makos takes that final spot in the top 8 and keeps his championship hopes alive. And yeah, he sits outside the top 10, but a big performance here this weekend could see him go right up the order and keep the championship hopes alive. As we take a look at the grade 8 bracket now, I believe that first battle is going to be huge. Oliver Ozdoba to take on Adam Gomalicek. And yeah, two big battles, Mike, for the championship. Ivan Baby and Ola Boyko, and Adam Gomalicek and Oliver Ozdoba. Those are going to be crucial for, and we could be looking back at round 4 on this particular bracket as the turning point for the championship. But you know what? It's still a lot to be. A lot of driving left to do this year, but I still think, yeah, these are really crucial. Gomalicek sits second in the championship. Ozdoba third at round 1 on the podium. Only one of these drivers is going to have an opportunity for a podium here today.
Gomalicek choosing to chase first here, Eddie, the highest qualifier in the bracket. First place qualifier choosing to chase first here.
Yeah, very interesting choice here.
So Gomalicek in the little Alfa Romeo Veloce, beautiful little build, V6 I believe.
Yeah, V6 underneath the bonnet and approximately 650 brake horsepower. And here we go. Ozdoba fires into that second outside zone now, drops a wheel just very slightly as he tries to fulfill that wide line, as Gomalicek now looks to find some proximity, chases down that E46, looks for the door through outside zone 4, now finds it, starts to tuck up into the pocket and hope that he can stay there. Will he back off as they enter outside zone 5? No, not a chance. Goes for it once again, pure aggression, makes it work, sticks it onto the door, and contact with the lead driver. Wow, my contact with the lead driver. And we talked about the judges saying yesterday in briefing, be clever, back off through 5, and I'm wondering, was that just too much aggression from Gomalicek in the chase position coming into 5? Maybe he needed to hold back a little bit.
Yeah, I think it actually happened though. I think they were in formation in 6 by the time it happened. So let's have a look here, Eddie, because I mean, essentially the rest of the run now is null and void. It's going to come down to this exact moment. However, you know, let's still have a look at it. Gomalicek looking pretty good in the chase here.
Yeah, looks good in the chase. And as I say, I'm not suggesting that the contact happened at 5, but did he go too aggressive through 5 and then was left with nowhere to go as they come into 6?
Well, Oliver Ozdoba's like lead line so far is like really good. It's really chaseable. Now watch here. It's from here on, and yeah, he just lost angle all of a sudden. It's like Gomalicek just caught grip on the rear of the car and it straightened up and he lost angle, or maybe caught a bit of understeer.
A little bit of a waiver from Ozdoba in the lead position as well. I mean, it's one of those, it's a kind of a nightmare for the judges to try and figure out, but we're going to kick off the second half of this one, and it's going to be first place qualifier Adam Gomalicek now in the lead position as he waits for that green light to let him leave the line, as Ozdoba now needs to find some proximity. He needs to try and force an error. We're not going to know what way the judges will have seen that big angle thrown at outside zone 2 here from Gomalicek as he finds that zone beautifully, but he can't shake the E46 of Ozdoba, who just knows he has to go aggressive here. Jumps onto the door of that little Alfa Veloce once again as Gomalicek on a ripper of a lead line points it towards outside zone 5, then turns the wheel back as he puts the rear end into that outside zone. and no contact into that zone this time around as they both cross the line.
Yeah, this one's going to have huge championship implications because Adam Gumelicek is coming for this championship along with Ivan Baby. But I'm not sure if it's going to end here for him. I'd really like to see the first run again, the replay of that. And, Oliver Ozdoba looking really, really good in the chase here, as did Adam Gumelicek in the lead. Look at the lead line from Gumelicek. It's pretty much textbook. It's in the 90s in the qualifying points easily, which is exactly what we want to see as the little Alfa Romeo now puts foot to floor. But, Oliver Ozdoba not struggling to find the side of the Alfa. He did seem to have the pace, and he's looking good here, even though he did very much cut the track here coming into number 6. So definitely a mistake there from the Polish driver.
I'm wondering, is Ozdoba assuming that he has an advantage from the previous run, Mike?
Yeah, and he might be right to assume that, Eddie. To be honest, I'd love to see a replay, but I think it was an error from the chase car. But I would love to see a replay from another angle on that. And the judges, we can just see it on our second screen
well,
here.
They have a decision, Mike. They don't need it. They don't need to see a replay. And it is Adam Gumelicek moving through. They think the issue is with the lead driver, and as we say, there was that waiver.
There was a waiver
from Oliver Ozdoba in the lead position. So Gumelicek keeps his own championship hopes alive. He moves on to the top 4, Mike, where he's going to have 2 opportunities at a podium here this weekend. That is guaranteed.
I would love to see another replay of it, but Ozdoba did have a waiver, and the judges obviously ruling that Gumelicek was put off by that, and that it was the lead car's fault. So we're moving along to, it is Ilya Zamfir against Dariusz Malachinsky, I believe.
Yeah, Zamfir, the Ukrainian, the higher qualifier of the two, and Dariusz, of course, taking down
and it's experience versus youth
Victor
here.
Duda. Yeah, experience versus youth, and a wild style of driving from Dariusz Malachinsky versus the kind of more calm, collected, and composed style of Ilya Zamfir.
From the younger driver.
Yes, which is a strange way to see it, but here we go as Zamfir leads in Malachinsky.
Oh, look at this from Malachinsky. Wow. Oh, but Malachinsky straightens up at a huge mistake from the chase.
Yeah, big mistake there as, Ilya Zamfir looking really confident here in the lead position. Drops a wheel down through outside zone 4. Look at the aggression here from Malachinsky as he throws it onto the door of the E46. It is Matt Red, S15, but he just can't maintain that proximity throughout the run, and it is the more consistent style of Zamfir that seems to win out over the course of that run. Like.
Yeah, definitely. Ilya Zamfir, the Ukrainian, looking very good here in the beautiful BMW E46 with 750 brake horsepower at 17 years of age, the team base 23 car. Looking very, very good, and a massive mistake there from Dariusz Malachinsky in the chase position. Unforced error, unlike the last battle where the judges did deem it to be the lead car's fault that the chase driver made an error, but this time I think definitely too much of a gap between both drivers, and Zamfir looking very, very predictable in the lead run as well, running that high qualifying score that the judges want to see. And I think, the Ukrainian is going to be taking a big advantage into the second half of the battle. And of course, we used to do it in Ireland, Eddie, and across many of the international drift competitions, they used to score it, 5-5 or 6-4 or 7-3 or 8-2, whatever. So I think you might see like a 7-3 or thereabouts in favour of Zamfir here, if not an 8-2.
Yeah, and what we refer to as old money. So here we go. We switched them around. It will be Malachinsky now to lead in Zamfir. He needs to be perfect, Mike. He needs to find the best run of the weekend. Oh, it shows way too much angle at it, and that is going to be all she wrote. 2 big mistakes coming into outside zone 2 over the course of the 2 runs, in both lead and chase for Malachinsky.
He does hold it in, Eddie. It might not quite be a 0. It might deem to be unchaseable, yes, but it could be unchaseable. But let's see what happens. We've seen strange things happen already today in semi-pro.
Yeah, look, for me it's unchaseable, Mike, and with the mistake at the same point, and albeit a little bit further on into outside zone 2 on the first run, coupled with the near perfect lead line from Ilya Zamfir.
Yeah,
for me,
I would agree.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I would agree. Absolutely, I would agree.
We get an opportunity just to look at this once again and just see. Yeah, look, throws big angle, drops a wheel. He's almost backwards. He is backwards, and comes completely out of zone, powers through it. There's nowhere for the chase car to go, and if I know David Callas like I think I know him, I think he'll deem that as an unchaseable lead line.
Yeah, and I would agree. So that's, let's make it official, but we already have one semi-final here at DMP Round 2 Semi-Pro in the books. So it should be, if we know anything, it should be Adam Gombolicek to face off against Ilya Zamfir in the first semi-final, but let's make it official.
Let's get that made official before we
well, let's
suggest that that's what it will be.
Yeah.
Of course, we are only giving our own opinions as fans and commentators of the sport, but here we go. Decision in from the judges, and it looks as though it will be all three in favour of the young Ukrainian Ilya Zamfir. It was pretty clear cut, Mike, but look, we've been wrong in the past.
We have been wrong today, in fact, Eddie.
Well, I certainly have anyway.
I have as well. So yeah, let's leave it in the hands of the judges. So we move it along and have a look here, and it is another one with championship implications coming up.
Yeah, this is huge. Ivan Baby and Ola Boyko, and of course, both one missing out on a podium step at round one on top step. So first and fourth in the championship, Mike, going head to head. We've already seen Ozdaba third in the championship taken out. So this is a huge opportunity again for one of these guys just to put themselves in the driving seat going into the final 2 rounds. And it will be Ivan Baby, our second place qualifier, to lead in. He has those points from second place as well over Ola Boyko, who was further down in 7th position, as both drivers look locked in and they get ready just to slot those cars into gear. Starting from 2nd gear, it looks like as well, Mike, off the start line, is Ola Boyko. Here we go. A big one here as Ivan Baby leads them in to very similar E46 chassis. Oh, wheels dropped here from Ivan Baby as he looks for inside zone 3 now, flicks it as Boyko looks for the door of Ivan Baby, tags the door. Another wheel drop there from Ivan Baby as he goes super aggressive, points it towards outside zone 5, finds big angle, just about in contact. Big angle from Ivan Baby forces Ola Boyko to make contact, Mike, and more drama here at round 2 in semi-pro. These drivers are just pushing so hard here this weekend.
Absolutely, Eddie. I think I've judged around 5 series at home in Ireland, and I don't miss it because of this exact thing. This is a crazy tough run to judge because Ivan Baby, we have to see, did he throw on too much angle? Was it the lead driver's fault? Was Boyko, was he at fault here? Should he have been able to deal with it? As the judges watch it here in slow motion as well and go back. And twin Ukrainian battle here, of course, as well. Lots of Ukrainian drivers making the trip across the border to compete here in DMP. No, that was one. Okay, so but Baby there was possibly under.
Yeah, but this is
the bit here.
This is the bit.
So we got to watch this here.
Like, there's so much angle here. You can see it.
He flicks it in backwards. And Boyko might have been running a little bit off track as well, but I think Ivan Baby just flicked in way too much angle.
For me, Mike, if he manages to make the rest of the zone, you say, okay, but he doesn't.
No.
And when they come out of the zone like that, you got to say it's practically, if not fully, unchaseable. But here we go, switch them around as we look to the start line, Marshall, for that green light. It will be Boyko to lead in Baby. Can Boyko find that perfect lead line now? He won't know whether or not he has that advantage. He might hope so, but here we go. Baby comes for the door, has to go super aggressive, makes contact as Boyko looks for that perfect line. Baby looks for the door of the E46 compact in front of him as Boyko throws big angle at it, and he contact again as Boyko says, hit me Baby one more time, as we throw it from outside zone 5, pointed towards the final zone as a gap starts to open up here. Ola Boyko in that lead position just starts to pull away from Baby as they cross the line.
The greatest line in commentary history just happened, guys. I'm just trying to struggle. I'm struggling to keep my composure there. As Eddie says, hit me Baby one more time. Fantastic stuff, Eddie. I'm sure you were up all night getting that one crafted. You got your chance, and well done. But yeah, back to reality, and great run there from Boyko in the lead position, and Ivan Baby trying to put him off, to try to just do something to put off his fellow Ukrainian, to make him make the mistake, because I think he knew that he over-rotated into zone 6 on the last run and that he was under pressure. Watch this now as he looks for the door once again, trying to put the other Ukrainian driver off. But our championship leader, I believe Ivan Baby, is under pressure here, Eddie, and might not be leading the championship come the end of this round.
No, well, you can imagine that Adam Gombolicek will be watching this with very close eyes as the drivers just have a quick fist pump and a handshake, and they say, yeah, you know what, You hit me, I hit you, and they were really going for it. Two guys absolutely having the time of their life, as you can see, Ivan Baby. I think this one just could be a dent in his championship. Now, he did qualify in second position, so finishing in the top 8 should see him finishing up overall in 5th position, Mike, if he was to go out here now.
Ole Boyko is sitting in
Fifth.
fourth in this championship. Yeah, coming into this round on 76 points, and Ivan Baby on 103. So this is going to be a big battle for the championship.
And there you have it. Ola Boyko moves on, the young Ukrainian, Mike, to the final 4.
Yeah, the young Ukrainian putting out his fellow countryman who is leading the championship. Ole Boyko has his own championship chase to be involved in, and is after claiming quite a lot of points here by moving into the final 4 from the Great 8. So let's see.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to hurt Baby too much, as he will finish 5th overall, as we said. So we move it on to our next battle, which we'll see Václav Burian to take on Max Makos. And can Max Makos have a cleaner run this time around, as he's been a nightmare for the judges so far, Mike, in these battles. But Makos, of course, Burian, of course, our 3rd place qualifier with that really strong lead line.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what happens with Max Makos and
Burian.
Burian.
Yeah, Burian looking very aggressive out of the traps here. Lots of speed. Can he hold the angle here? He certainly can, as here comes Max Makos looking for the door, trying to find some proximity as he fires through the circuit here, looking really aggressive, not letting the lead driver get away from him one bit. Throws big angle at us. Both drivers just about hounded onto the edge of the circuit as they come through outside zone 4. Now they pointed towards 5 and 6 as Burian looks to try and pull a gap, but he just can't shake. Max Makos is absolutely on it, much tighter this time around as they cross the line.
Yeah, great run there. Again, very aesthetically pleasing run as well. I'm sure if you're watching at home you'll agree. And Václav Burian firing in the BMW into the first corner, almost NASCAR looking graphics on the side of that car there. But look at this from Max Makos in the S14. Really, really nice transition right on the back bumper of the BMW. Almost gets caught in the pocket, in fact, but just about pulls out of the way, and then really finds the door of the E92 in his S14 around this city centre car park. Makeshift racetrack for the weekend here, DMP rounds 2. Look at this, the Motul sponsored S14, sacrificing the start of zone 6 in order to find the door, but not a big mistake, and then finding his zone there around 6 and overall across the line. And you have to like the chase there, Eddie.
You do, and I've seen some inconsistent driving from Max Makos over the course of round 1 and 2 up to this point, but I don't think we've seen the real Max Makos yet. I think that was a glimmer of it, and maybe he can start to just find his feet a little bit better and find that consistency as they leave the line. It will be Makos to lead in Burian, as Václav now tries to find some proximity of his own. But look at this huge angle here from Max Makos. Does drop a wheel, but makes it work as he finds that full second zone, flicks big aggressive angle into that inner zone. But look at this from Burian, who finds the door of the S14A. Wheels drop through outside zone 4 as they go super aggressive now through the latter stages of this top 8 battle. Who's going to find a space in the top 4? Big angle once again from Max Makos, who finds the groove. He's looking super confident out there right now as they cross the line.
Oh yeah, very exciting battle, Eddie, in semi-pro competition. Once again, guys, if you're enjoying this, we're ready for pro competition right after semi-pro, and it is definitely hotting up here in Katowice for DMP rounds 2. Look at the beautiful S14 once again firing into outer zone 2 here, very closely followed by the E92 of Václav Burian, the 17-year-old Czech Republic driver, with a lot to do after that fantastic chase from the Polish driver on the first run, Eddie. He does drop 2 wheels here, and he's outside, he's off the edge of the track for a little while. Now, we did spot in qualification yesterday that the judges are not really clamping down on wheel drops, but that was a double wheel drop. However, Max did also have a couple himself, but overall I think the course of the battle, I think Makos might have had it too much.
I think might have been more severely looked at by the judges had it been in the lead driver making that double wheel drop in the chase position. Yes, a deduction you would feel, but maybe not as severe. But yeah, Makos looking really, really confident, and you'd be so nervous being him to put any sort of a mark on that car. Here we go, judge's decision is in, and it's going to be Václav Burian getting the call over the course of the 2 runs, Mike. He moves on, the 3rd place qualifier, into the final 4, where he will face off against Ola Boyko.
Yeah, and we're seeing again the judges not penalising a wheel drop as much as we would think. So interesting there to see the criteria, but overall, Václav having a very, very strong run overall as well there, and maybe Max there with a couple of mistakes creeping in himself and just bowing out of competition. But we look forward to seeing him again, Eddie, in that car.
Well, we quickly move on, and it is final four, and it's going to be first place qualifier Adam Gomelicek to take on Ilya Zamfir, who was 5th in qualifying. And you know what, Mike, we know that these guys have huge runs in them, and once again Adam Gomelicek choosing to chase first and let Ilya Zamfir have that clean air for the first run. He's hoping that Gomelicek, or that Zamfir, is going to make the mistakes ahead of him and give him that opportunity to be cool, calm and collected on the second half of this one. But we know that little Alfa Romeo Veloce is great with clean air, but it's also really confident in the chase position.
Yeah, it's a
as
fast
we
car,
get
Eddie.
ready to see a green light here for the first of our final four battles. Here we go, Gomelicek and Zamfir with the clean air nicely through that first zone as Gomelicek looks to create havoc right from the get-go. A little bit of a wheel drop there from Zamfir in the lead position as they come through outside zone 2, as Gomelicek doesn't back off through that inner zone, goes super aggressive. Big angle here from Zamfir as he drops a wheel into outside zone 4. But he just can't shake Gomelicek, who is just on fire, so aggressive. Won't make the mistake this time around of going aggressive, but he does. Tags the E46 as they come into outside zone 6 and across the line. And Adam Gomelicek has zero chill, Mike.
No, well, he knows that Ivan Baby is out of competition, and he's probably thinking to himself, okay, this is my chance to really start to pull away in this championship now. My main rival is out of competition, and doing everything very aggressively in the little, very grippy, very fast Alfa Romeo Veloce. But Ilya Zamfir is no pushover. It's a 16 versus 17-year-old battle here as well, guys. Remember that combined age of 33 years of age on track. So crazy stuff, and you're watching the future of Polish drifting here as we see the contact once again as Gomelicek makes the dive onto the door and into the door of Ilya Zamfir, and a little bit of contact again as they cross the line. Super aggressive stuff.
Yeah, Adam Gomelicek is super aggressive in the chase position, Mike. You'll love to see it. And then, we spoke about this track being set up and round one very much for aggressive chase driving, and that's exactly what we've seen from him over the course of the 2 rounds. No surprise that he has had a podium at round 1 and looks very much set for a podium again at round 2. 2 shots at a podium. If he loses this battle, he will battle it out for a 3rd and 4th place playoff, but he is really on it, and coupled with that incredible lead line that he now has, he is certainly becoming a firm favourite for the championship here in semi-pro at 2026 DMP. Here we go on the start line, ready to go for the second half of this first of our final 4 battles. Gomelicek now with the clean air in that lead position, points it for the first zone, finds it nicely now, flicks it on the big angle, minimal deceleration for Gomelicek, but look at this from Ilya Zamfir, tucks up onto the door of the Alfa Romeo Veloce as he hunts down Adam Gomelicek. Gomelicek finds outside zone 4, just sets it and forgets it, but here we go. Ilya Zamfir again just can't be shaken, won't back down one bit as he starts to lose some ground here as Gomelicek finds a perfect line once again through the final zone, and across the line they go.
Yeah, great battle there. Ilya Zamfir currently sitting in 9th in this championship as well, so if he gets a good result here, he knows that he's back in the championship hunt as well, and he could be out for semi-pro glory. And I loved the initiation there from the chase car. Uses momentum to just find the pocket out really on the outside line of the track as well. So Gomelicek doing a pretty good job in the lead position, really accurate there through 3, which the judges will give just 5 line points for. But yeah, big mistake here, unfortunately, then for Ilya Zamfir around 4 in terms of this battle. I mean, it's not a big mistake, but you have to call it a big mistake in terms of this battle because there's not a lot of big mistakes happening. Now, the Polish driver doing everything that he can in the lead position, the Ukrainian Zamfir then finding the door at the end, but it's going to be a tight call, Eddie. I think really good run from both drivers and worthy of a semi-final.
Yeah. Who do you want to call? Who do you think, Mike? Call it.
I'm not going to call it because I've made 2 calls so far and I've been wrong. I've made several calls.
I'm going to risk calling it, Mike. Because that's what we're here for. A little bit of fun. I'm going to say for me, Gomelicek, I think, is going to take it. I think it is very close. But
remember the contacts, though. And
yeah,
it depends on how much the judges
just weigh on that. Yeah,
exactly. But I don't think the contacts were a big deal. They didn't really upset the line. We'll know in a sec, and we do know in a sec. It is Adam Gomelicek keeps in the championship race. He was in 2nd in the championship coming into this round. You have to think after qualifying first now, Eddie, and after taking a battle bracket further than Ivan Baby that he is in the lead.
Like we are going to go to the judges just for an explanation.
Yep.
So, we're here. We're here. Sorry. We just needed to say that was a really amazing run from both drivers, like Adam, also Ilya. But it is coming to the small differences in the lead, where Adam was able to put a little bit cleaner lead, and in the chase he did not need to use that much cutting, which gave him the win at the end.
So there you have it from the judges, and Adam Gomalicek does move on to his second final in 2 rounds. He's got a 100% record in the finals, and he's only been beaten once this year so far, and it was Even Baby, who is now out of competition, who managed to take him down. So he's looking firmly favourite, in my opinion, Mike, to take the win here at round 1, but anything can, of course, and does happen in drifting here. So
it does indeed, as we saw already here in semi-pro competition, Eddie. Anything can happen. A couple of battles that we thought were in the bag with zeros obviously then went one more time, and yeah, it's been an interesting semi-pro competition, that's for sure. And again, if you are watching, guys, online, this is the future of Polish and indeed European drifting, because DMP is a gateway to the Drift Masters European Championship, and these are the future stars of DMP.
yeah, I don't think there's any other championship in Europe right now that can boast as many active Drift Masters competitors in the pro class.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In the pro class of its domestic series, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we are spoiled in Ireland with quite a lot of Drift Masters level competitors, but generally when they go to that series, they cannot compete in the domestic Irish series, and we tend to lose them from the Irish series. So I think, like you said, I don't think there's any domestic series in Europe that can boast as many current competitors as in Drift Masters as DMP. As we see the cars warming up on the left of your screens, these fantastic drone shots from massive altitude. At the bottom of your screen, that is the access road to the paddock, and we see the grandstands, of course, which will be filling up for pro competition soon, and all the barriers here being lined by spectators in this city centre event here in Katowice in the Strefa Kultury.
That'd be a great name for a band or a height for hire kind of company. Massive Altitude.
Massive
I like
Altitude.
It.
Yeah, that's
I like it.
Definitely not for you and me, Eddie.
No, certainly not.
The shortest commentary team in the history of any sport.
Lack of altitude, we should go.
Lack of altitude. That's our commentary team name. Lack of altitude, exactly. But we're ready to rock for the second semi-final of our semi-pro competition here at round 2, Eddie.
So Fert Bochum on the bumper there. Not sure what that means. So we look at
Flat out.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he is. As Buryan looking very much up for it as he punches the window. As the camera goes by, as we see Ola Boyko just taking an opportunity just to have a quick conversation with our start line marshal. Mike, I dare not call which way this will go. Ola Boyko qualifying in 7th position, you would say perhaps with the lesser line, but then Václav Buryan, who qualified in 3rd, but he has looked so solid, and Václav Buryan looking to lead first here.
Yeah, Ukraine versus the Czech Republic.
Yes, here we go. And it is Buryan. Oh, look at this. Boyko going super aggressive. Is he going to get caught out? He certainly does now. Big straighten, and Boyko, peaks too soon here. Mike makes a big error down the run in, and opens the door here for Václav Buryan to just cruise away here. But he does start to pull back some proximity here as he gets on the door to E92 of Václav Buryan. But is it too little too late in the first half of this one as Buryan points it towards 5 to 6. Look at the line here from Václav Buryan. He's on an absolute ripper in the lead run, but Boyko is going to rue that big error in the run-in, Mike.
Yeah, that's what Václav Buryan has been doing very well all day. And interestingly, Ole Boyko going for a different strategy on initiation, and it didn't work out for him.
But look at that big wheel drop as well there from Václav Buryan.
Buryan dropping a wheel on the entry to 2 exactly, Eddie. But I think Ole Boyko will know that he was under pressure from the get-go there after that initiation, completely on the wrong side of the track. The judges make it very clear in briefing that they wanted to see the chase car coming in behind the lead car on initiation, not alongside, because exactly that will happen. If you come in alongside, you will get caught in the pocket. The rest of the run, pretty good, pretty textbook from both drivers, especially Buri and Václav in the lead position there in the E92. Ole Boyko has been super aggressive in the chase in the little compact so far, but I think he might have just known that he made a mistake on entry, that he was under pressure for the rest of the run, and it might have got into his head. But it's still all to play for Eddie as our start line marshal gives them the go ahead.
He certainly does. Thumbs up from our start line marshal. We wait for that green light. Red to green and go. It is Boyko now in the lead position. He needs to be perfect here. Needs to find that perfect lead line. Oh, flirts with danger there, but just keeps it within the extremities of the circuit as he excels through outside zone 2. Václav Burian though cannot be shaken. Looks for the door of that E46 compact, finds it into outside zone 4. Contact between the two drivers, but they stay in it as they look for those final 2 zones. Perfect again from Boyko, who's on an absolute ripper of a lead line of his own. Will he rue those mistakes that he made in the first round as they cross their line?
Yeah, great battle there. Worthy of a semi-final again here at DMP Semi-Pro, and really nice entry this time from both drivers. No such issues on initiation. A little bit of a wheel drop once again there from Václav on his way into zone 2, but he really finds the pocket then of Boyko as they come around the full throttle outer zone 2. Really nice transition there from Boyko as well. A little bit on the inside from Václav, but he does once again find the door of the smaller BMW of his Ukrainian opponent. And yeah, I think, you know what, the chase here from Václav is just looking super good from here on in, Eddie. I know he was not perfectly on the outside, but he does get the outside zone, and okay, it's not perfect, but it was a really nice finish to the run. So yeah, I think really overall nice. a great run there from Václav in the chase position, I think.
Yeah, well, we got to find out who's going through to the final to face off against Adam Gomelicek, who's going to go to this 3rd and 4th place playoff where Ilya Zamfir awaits. And a quick embrace for the 2 drivers. Yeah, look, they've worked pretty hard this weekend.
They have, and they've come a long way as well, you know. So
yeah, and look at this, Václav Burian going through to the final, and Ola Boyko will have to settle for a battle for the podium once again. He missed out on 3rd place.
He dented his roof.
He's dented his roof, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, great battle there from both drivers. Worthy of a semi-final, but Václav Burian, the Czech Republic driver, going through, and we move it down to the track just as we get the cars retired and refueled to the fantastic go-karting team, almost in the same livery as we saw the Motul car of Max Makos there a while ago. It's the Ernst Racing go-karting team, and you can hear, if you listen there, the ring-a-ding-ding, the beautiful 2-stroke noise, Eddie.
Yeah, that beautiful, unmistakable sound of the 2-stroke, and a very nice helmet on the first driver to come out there. Really like to see the creative helmet designs that we're seeing these days, particularly with so many incredibly talented artists designing and creating cool helmets for drivers at very affordable prices, as Mike, you know, they're quite often not as expensive as you think to get those designs done, but you can actually tell just how bumpy this surface is if you watch these go-karts. There's obviously no suspension, and look at the way they just bump around the track here, Mike. It is definitely probably not the smoothest ride they've ever faced.
No, absolutely. You can see the bumps on this track, as we spoke about on the introduction, being very much shown here by the go-karts. This is, of course, a car park track which has been converted to a drift racing track for the weekend here at the Strefa Cultura. As we see they bounce their way around the track here, and we're going to have a quick word with them, I believe. Nice side show here, Eddie. Nice to see something different on track as we get the cars retired and refueled for our finals.
Yeah, well, it looks like Victoria is down there with the drivers, and we will go down to them just to get a quick word and find out all about the karts and the series that they competed.
Jest ze mną kolejna reprezentacja Ernst Racing, Janek Lakota i Tadeusz Fusiara. Dzień dobry panowie.
Dzień dobry.
Teraz tak, 14 lat, Janek, intensywne treningi w zeszłym roku. Jak wyglądał twój tydzień, skoro tak intensywnie trenowałeś?
No, jak najwięcej czasu próbowałem na to, że uzyskać, żeby w następnym sezonie być jeszcze lepszym, i na szczęście to się udało, ponieważ razem z Ernst Racing mieliśmy bardzo dużo dni treningowych, w których mogłem się przygotować.
Super. To jeżeli tak intensywnie było, go-kart jest taki fizycznie wymagający w jeździe. Miewałeś takie dni, że miałeś zakwasy i ciężko było podnieść szklankę na przykład?
Jasne, było czasem ciężko, ale kocham to, więc dla mnie to nie sprawiało problemów.
Super, a w takim razie oprócz samej jazdy masz jeszcze jakieś dodatkowe fizyczne ćwiczenia, żeby wzmocnić całe ciało?
Tak, poza torem również ciężko trenujemy na siłowni, żeby wzmocnić przede wszystkim szyję, kor i ręce, ponieważ to są, najbardziej obrywają te mięśnie.
Super. Tadeusz, ty zacząłeś bardzo szybko, w wieku 5 lat. Pamiętasz swoje początki? W ogóle taki młody człowiek, jak to wyglądało?
No, byłem bardzo podekscytowany swoimi pierwszymi przejazdami w go-karcie. Głównie wtedy jeszcze nie skupiałem się na wynikach, tylko na samej frajdzie z jazdy.
Ale teraz jeszcze masz też trochę tej frajdy?
Tak, jeszcze zostało.
Super. W tym roku start w Mistrzostwach Europy Centralnej. Wysoki poziom, widzisz różnicę?
Tak, widać różnicę pomiędzy poziomem europejskim a polskim.
A jeśli chodzi o połączenie tej pasji z nauką, no bo jeszcze trzeba coś w szkole się nauczyć, ciężko jest to połączyć?
Nie, mi idzie prosto.
Super, no to cieszę się w takim razie, że udaje wam się to, panowie, połączyć, tak żeby piąć się w górę. Gratulacje bardzo, super przejazd. Proszę.
Chciałbym również podziękować całej naszej drużynie i wszystkim naszym mechanikom, że robią dużą robotę i zawsze nam pomagają i przez nich możemy osiągać wyżyny.
Super, no to ogromne gratulacje i dla ekipy, i dla zawodników. Jesteście super, super młodzieżą. Powodzenia i do zobaczenia. Oddaję głos do studia. Tam Marcel.
Tak jest, dziękuję bardzo. Wiktoria rozmawiała z przyszłością motosportu, to ja porozmawiam z legendą motosportu, Jakub Przygoński obok mnie. No i trzeba powiedzieć, że idziesz za ciosem. Piękna inauguracyjna runda w Warszawie, zwycięstwo, a teraz wygrane kwalifikacje. Absolutnie niewiarygodny wynik, 97,5, pięknie, blisko perfekcji. No to trzeba sięgnąć po zwycięstwo again.
Cieszę się z tego przejazdu. Na pewno ten wczorajszy przejazd kwalifikacyjny był, można powiedzieć, wszedł. Wszędzie te miejsca, gdzie ten samochód powinien być, znajdował się. Oczywiście tutaj warunki się cały czas zmieniają, trochę bardziej przyczepny, asfalt mniej przyczepny. Te ukształtowanie terenu, więc tu się dużo dzieje, ale bardzo się cieszę z tego wczorajszego przejazdu, chociaż dzisiaj jesteśmy skoncentrowani na tym, co przed nami, no bo tutaj zaczynają się mocne pary, mocna rywalizacja tutaj w klasie semi-pro. Wygląda to spektakularnie, aż fajnie popatrzeć, jak kolejne młode pokolenie zaczyna tak dobrze jeździć, więc to po prostu bardzo cieszy.
W ogóle cała atmosfera tutaj, to, że jesteśmy blisko Spotka w Katowicach, nie można sobie wyobrazić lepszego miejsca, jeśli chodzi o to miasto, żeby właśnie tu rozgrywały się zawody. Wspaniale, że jest tylu kibiców, wspaniale, że jesteśmy tak blisko tego toru, możemy to oglądać naocznie. No i właśnie ta rywalizacja, o której mówisz, na tym wymagającym torze, bo trzeba powiedzieć sobie otwarcie, że on tutaj błędów nie wybacza.
Tak, tor jest wymagający, jest bardzo techniczny, minimalne błędy mają duże znaczenie. Jest też fajnie zbudowany pod to, żeby w parach jechać blisko. No i też niesamowity jest widok z trybuny, bo te samochody przejeżdżają, no, można powiedzieć, 5 metrów od kibiców i widać po prostu tą prędkość, jak przejeżdżają, jak precyzyjnie, więc też o to chodzi w drifcie, żeby być blisko kibiców, pokazywać ten drifting, no i tutaj w Katowicach pokazujemy go w centrum miasta.
Wygląda to fantastycznie, wyglądało to już świetnie na poziomie klasy semi-pro. Teraz przed nami wielkie finały. W finale o pierwsze miejsce będzie walczył reprezentant Polski, Adam Gomoliszek, który wygrał wczoraj kwalifikacje w swojej klasie, więc jest to pewien prognostyk przed rywalizacją w top 32, ale chciałabym Ciebie też zapytać o warunki, jakie tutaj panują. Jest gorąco, może nie aż tak jak w Warszawie. My wiemy, jak bardzo pojazdy, silniki są wrażliwe na takie zmieniające się warunki atmosferyczne. Wiemy także, że Orlen Oil jest partnerem technicznym, jeśli chodzi o to wydarzenie. To powiedz nam, jak bardzo trzeba dbać i jakimi produktami należy dbać o samochód, o silnik, by ta żywotność była jak najdłuższa.
Trochę tak jest, że takie samochody, które jadą tutaj w drifcie, jadą na bardzo okrutnych obrotach, czyli na tych maksymalnych obrotach silnika i wtedy silnik jest najbardziej obciążony. No i tutaj fajnie, że Orlen Oil skonstruował, wymyślił ten olej Max Power, który jest olejem technicznym i bardzo dobrze działa. My na tym oleju jeździmy, więc tutaj to zaczyna działać, można powiedzieć, tutaj w naszej polskiej technologii, więc z tego bardzo się cieszę. A drifting jest to niestety okrutny sport dla silników, sprzęgieł, półosi, bo jednak bardzo agresywnie się jeździ.
To jeszcze powiedz, jak często trzeba wymieniać taki olej?
My wymieniamy bardzo często, oczywiście po to, żeby silnik żył dłużej. No, co weekend musimy zmienić cały olej, ale to wynika z tego, że samochód po prostu musi być przygotowany na 120%.
Tak jest. My jesteśmy już przygotowani na 120%, jeśli chodzi o finały klasy semi-pro. Za chwilę walka o trzecie miejsce, później walka o zwycięstwo. Ja Ci bardzo dziękuję i powodzenia w rywalizacji w top 32. Jakub Przygoński był moim Państwa gościem. Dziękujemy.
Yeah, so Jakub Przygoński there talking about Orlen Oil and the benefits of their max power range, and just how often those these cars need to change their engine oil just to try and stay healthy, but it looks as though we are ready to go to the first of our podium battles. It will be the battle for 3rd and 4th place, which will see 5th place qualifier Ilya Zamfer to take on 7th place qualifier Ola Boyko. And Mike, these two drivers will both be disappointed that they're not moving on to the final, but one of them will move to the podium, which will certainly make them feel a little bit better. Here we go. It will be Zamfer to lead in Boyko. Zamfer, oh, big angle for Zamfer as he throws caution to the wind here. But look at this, Ola Boyko choosing to chase first in this 3rd and 4th place battle, finds that proximity, finds the door of the E46 in front of him, once again tucks in to the pocket and just looks to stay there as he tries to apply as much pressure as he can to Ilya Zamfer. And Zamfer now finds that perfect lead line through the final zone, but he just can't shake Ola Boyko as they cross the line.
Yeah, loving the initiation there from both drivers. Full commitment into what is the 2nd zone, but the first corner essentially, as they just rotate to the right around zone 1 and then flick it back. Look at this initiation into zone 2 from both drivers, getting right into the zone and right into the pocket.
Right into the door there.
Yeah, right into the door. Exactly.
Ola Boyko.
Ilya Zamfer looking so committed there on the way in, but both Ukrainian drivers here as well, Eddie, in the
yeah, and just a quick correction, it was Ilya Zamfer who was the higher qualifier, so choosing to lead first, so just a mistake on my part there as I misread my notes. But yeah, I mean, yeah, huge proximity from Boyko in the chase position. Mike, he's looked super aggressive. You can just see how well he controls that car, as Zamfer just couldn't do anything to shake the tail of Boyko throughout that run. But we'll get them switched around now for the second half of this one, and certainly it hangs in the balance. No major advantage one way or the other, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sitting back enjoying the style of both of these Ukrainian drivers here. Super committed from Zamfer, but Boyko right on him as well. Super commitment from both. Let's see what they can do, bringing all the entertainment value here in the 3rd, 4th playoffs in.
Here we go, green light for the drivers, and it will be Boyko to lead in Ilya Zamfer. Boyko now looks to find outside zone 1 and does. Can he throw big aggression at the 2nd zone? And he certainly does. Looks to fill that nicely, but here comes Ilya Zamfer as he tucks up onto the door of the E46 compact and tries to apply pressure to Ola Boyko in the lead position. And Boyko equal to the task here as he goes right on the wide line. Perfect through that zone, but he does make it easier for Ilya Zamfer in the chase position as now he starts to open up some of a gap here as Boyko looks for the finish line. Zamfer looks for the door, and across the line they go, Mike.
Yeah, great pace there from Ole Boyko around zone 6 and really pulling out a gap on his countryman there towards the finish line. Nice line there through the first one as well from the chase car by Zamfer, so really, really nice stuff for both drivers. Look at the proximity here, guys. Look at this wheel-on door action here in semi-pro at DMP round 2 as both drivers negotiate inner zone 3. Now's a chance for Zamfer to really close the door. Does cut the track a little bit once again, but Boyko pretty much on that perfect outside line, keeping himself in the fight here, Eddie, doing exactly as the judges want to see, getting through 5, then dialing on the angle as he finds outer zone 6 and now putting foot to floor and pulling away from his countrymen and crosses the line. So a very, very close battle, I would say, between both drivers here, Eddie, both keeping themselves in the hunt as we see the beautiful Katowice skyline in the backdrop.
So as both drivers get out of the car and await the decision from the judges, which appears to be in who's going to take 3rd step on the podium, it is going to be Ola Boyko, who didn't manage to take the podium at round 1, but finds some silverware for himself at round 2, and very much worthy of it, Mike, you would feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So that concludes that, and we will have our podium celebrations, of course, along with the pro podium and the team competition after the pro final later on this evening. But before we get to that, and before we get to pro competition, this is what it all comes down to, Eddie.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, Mike. The final for round 2 in semi-pro between Adam Gumelicek versus Václav Burian. It is your 1st and 3rd place qualifier. Once again, Adam Gumelicek chooses to chase first. What can the young Polish driver do? Just 16 years of age in this incredible Alfa Romeo Veloce, taking on that dark horse E92 of Václav Burian. Here we go for your final. Václav in the lead position, fires very quick, big angle into that first zone, making it difficult for Gumelicek, who needs to find an answer and finds it now as he goes aggressive as they turn into that inside zone. But Václav Buryan on an absolute ripper of a lead line now starts to fall away as he drops a couple of wheels at outside zone 4. Opens the door here for Gomelicek, who walks straight through onto the door to E92. Looks to go super aggressive again as they come into outside zone 6, but shallows up the angle and gets on the door as they cross the line.
Yeah, great run once again for both drivers, and really worthy of a final here at DMP Semi-Pro. And you know, Václav, he's kind of inclined to drop a wheel on the outside of 4 every run, but he's being very aggressive, and I think that's just a symptom of that. Now, Gomelicek a little bit on the inside of the track, but the little Alfa Romeo looks what we call very tight. It's set up extremely grippy, and I think it's a little bit hard to drive as a result. If you're not perfect on it, it tends to go on that inside line. Watch here for the wheel drop. There we have it. It's quite a significant one, but the judges, again, Eddie, they're not really penalising drivers that much, so you have to think that Václav here is not making a huge mistake. And now Gomelicek looks for the door once again and finds it and stays right there and pushes the E92 across the line.
I wanted to see that little bit again, and it looked like a mistake on first viewing from Gomelicek as they come into outside zone 6, but it wasn't the perfect line from the lead driver going into outside zone 5. So I wonder what way the judges will see that as we get ready for the second half of our final. Gomelicek now tucks into that lead position and gets ready to find that perfect lead line as Václav Buryan tucks onto the rear quarter of that Veloce straight from the get-go as they tuck themselves into outside zone 2. Gomelicek on that perfect line through that zone, flicks it back, tries to find the inside zone and does, as Václav Buryan finds the door once again as he tries to apply more pressure to the young Polish driver as they come out pointed towards the final 2 sections. Perfect through outside zone 5 for Gomelicek as he slows up, gets back on the power now into that final zone. More contact from the drivers as they cross the line, Mike. What a final!
What a final. And can I remind people once again that these drivers are 16 and 17 years of age. So crazy stuff here at DMP round 2 in the semi-pro competition, and a great run from both drivers. Full commitment, full throttle action here, and these guys are 2 stars of the future. That is for absolute sure. As we watch Gomelicek now pretty much doing Gomelicek things in the car that's not that easy to drive, but he makes it look easy to drive, the little Alfa Romeo Veloce, which is still in development. Remember, getting a couple of shoulder barges here. So watching here now into the last corner of the second run. Beautiful initiation into the zone there, or transition into the zone from Gomelicek. And Václav, they're maybe a little bit tight on the inside there, Eddie. Maybe sacrificed the last zone quite a lot to find the door of the Alfa Romeo, maybe giving himself a little bit of a disadvantage there.
I agree there, Mike. It gets very far up, it's almost front wheel to front wheel contact, which is not
in the
really
wrong
what
place.
the judges want to see.
Yeah.
And
gets in the wrong place of the track completely.
I think, a valiant effort from both drivers. And who's going to get it? It's going to be unanimous. Adam Gomelicek gets the win at round 2 of the Drifting DMP 2026, and he takes it to top step of the podium. Mike, do you know what? He has been the standout driver all the way from qualifying yesterday, where he had that incredible 96.5 run, all the way through the battles today. He has been the standout driver and a very worthy winner, and he is down trackside with Victoria.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oczywiście, że gratulujemy, przekazuję Ci gratulacje od Maćka i Tomka, ale myślę, że od wszystkich na trybunach i wszystkich, którzy nas oglądają. Co za jazda, jak Ty to widziałeś?
No, całkiem dobrze, całkiem dobrze.
To była całkiem dobrze jazda. Wydaje mi się, że tak spokojna, jaką robiłeś na symulatorze. Była jakaś różnica?
Trochę dalej jeździłem dzisiaj, ale to jeszcze trzeba trochę poćwiczyć.
Dalej w sensie od swojego przeciwnika.
Mogło być bliżej.
No i jak będziesz ćwiczył to przyklejanie się w drzwi?
Będę jeździł na symulatorze, tak liczę.
Bardzo dobrze. Powiedz mi, co Ty teraz czujesz w środku? Bo nie wiem, czy wiesz, ale zwyciężyłeś drugą rundę DMP Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Ogromne gratulacje dla Adama.
No, jestem zadowolony, nie? Ogólnie. Cały team dobrze się spisał, także chcę tu podziękować wszystkim sponsorom, że Euvik, Frameoff, Motus, Computronic, Target, Wartel, wszyscy, Paco Lorente. Też niezastąpiony Spotter, GG Sideways, także wszystko się zgrało dobrze.
Super, doskonale. Gratulacje dla Ciebie i dla teamu i do zobaczenia.
Well, a very modest and composed young man as we go back to the studio.
Tak jest, dziękujemy pięknie i gratulujemy oczywiście Adamowi Gomoliszkowi zwycięstwa w semi-pro. Obok mnie Ola Fijał. która za
Witam.
chwilę będzie brała udział także w rywalizacji w klasie pro, ale zanim o tym, co dzisiaj, to porozmawiajmy o wczorajszych kwalifikacjach, bo plan był zgoła odmienny, ale jednak pogoda potrafi czasami zaskoczyć bardziej niż sport, prawda?
Troszkę nas zaskoczyła, bo do ostatniej chwili nie wiedzieliśmy w ogóle, jaki setup wybrać na auto. Jeszcze po tych pechowych pierwszych przejazdach zmienialiśmy przełożenie szybko. Na szczęście się udało, gdzieś tam na szarym końcu, ale ważne, że dzisiaj mogę rywalizować.
Dokładnie, jesteś w top 32, to jest najważniejsze, będziemy Cię oglądać w parze z Łukaszem Kaliszkiem. No i właśnie, powiedz nam, Łukaszem Kaliszewskim.
Kaliszewski, Kalinowski, wiadomo.
Łukasz Kaliszewski, powiedz, jak oceniasz swojego rywala i swoje szanse?
Bardzo dobrze, bardzo się... Mam taki dysonans po prostu, bo bardzo kibicuję Łukaszowi, więc co by się nie wydarzyło, to myślę, że będę zadowolona.
Wspaniale to słyszeć, chociaż na pewno ten gen rywalizacji jest w Tobie ogromny. Ja bym chciała Cię bardzo zapytać w ogóle o to, jak czuje się kobieta w sporcie wciąż zdominowanym przez mężczyzn. Jesteś jedyną przedstawicielką kobiet, jeżeli chodzi o dzisiejszą rywalizację w top 32. Karolina Pilarczyk jest także z nami, ale ona nie awansowała do dzisiejszej rywalizacji. No właśnie, jak to jest być kobietą w sporcie wciąż jednak zdominowanym przez mężczyzn?
Ja się tu czuję bardzo dobrze. Nie czuję się też, żeby tu była jakaś mega dominacja. Staram się po prostu, żeby być na takim poziomie, żeby z chłopakami rywalizować i pokazywać, że ten sport nie ma płci.
Absolutnie nie ma płci. U Was w rodzinie to też taka historia, no właśnie, bardzo rodzinna, bo i tata zaangażowany w drifting i brat, no i Ty również.
Tak, brata już odesłałam, zajmuje się dziećmi. Tata pewnie ogląda właśnie nas na live'ie, a ja jestem już ostatnia, która jeszcze się nie poddała.
To zapytam Cię jeszcze o jedną taką ciekawą historię z Twojego życia. Latasz bokiem, fenomenalnie, świetnie się to ogląda, ale jeżeli chodzi o, no właśnie, prowadzenie pojazdów, to czy to prawda, że prawo jazdy udało Ci się zdać dopiero za 5. razem?
Tak, to prawda i w ogóle się tego nie wstydzę i jest to w ogóle dla mnie motywacja dla innych ludzi, że może zdałam prawo jazdy za 5. razem, ale zobaczcie, co robię teraz.
No właśnie.
I nie poddawajcie się, to jest tylko egzamin.
Dobrze, to jeszcze króciutko na koniec o Twoich przewidywaniach, o tym, jak się dzisiaj czujesz i jak ten tor oceniasz, który dla niektórych jest mocno wymagający, bardzo przyczepny. Zupełnie inaczej jeździ się na kostce niż na asfalcie, prawda?
Mi tor się podoba, trasa się podoba, jest wymagający. Miałam na treningu też małe problemy, ale tak naprawdę damy po prostu z siebie 110% i tyle. No, mam nadzieję, że wyjdzie pozytywnie.
Na pewno tak będzie. Trzymamy za Ciebie kciuki, powodzenia i baw się dobrze.
Dziękuję bardzo.
So there you have it from Alexandra Fia, and one of our pro competitors who we will see later on in the top 32, and I do believe she has a very difficult battle. So let's take a look at the drivers' standings after 2 rounds. Well, it is Adam Gumelicek, your round 2 winner and second place podium finisher at round 1 with 210 points ahead of Even Baby, who has dropped dramatically now down the order. 161 points, a big deficit now to overcome with 2 rounds. Ola Boyko with 156 in 3rd position. And back at Buryan, your second place finisher here, again further down the order. And as we look down the order, a lot of these drivers might seem pretty far out of contention now. And really just battling at this stage for maybe a top 10 finish, which for a lot of them would be their goal for the season as well. So it does, as you get down the order, we start to see fewer points for these drivers. There's some qualifying points maybe that they put on the board but dropping out, and it is very tough for 26 drivers battling out for 16 spaces at each round this year.
Yeah, but the thing is, Eddie, drifting is so much fun. I think the absolute act of driving the cars and the sport is just so much fun that these guys, regardless of championship position, will be having a blast.
Yeah, so that is it for the semi-pro round 2, and we will be back in approximately 10 or 15 minutes time for the pro competition. We will see you then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back, and welcome to Pro Top 32 for round 2 of the DMP 2026, live from the beautiful city of Katowice. It is a stunning location for an incredible round of this incredible championship. Mike, we have been wowed from round 1 and all the way here this far towards round 2. We just saw an incredible show of talent and skill and aggression in the semi-pro top 16. Now it's time for the main show at round 2. It is Pro Top 32.
It is absolutely, and what a qualification session we were treated to yesterday in varying conditions here in Katowice in the Strefa Culture city centre drifting here, guys, underneath skyscrapers and the amazing Spodek Arena. So crazy location, crazy drivers, and a crazy championship all ahead of us this afternoon here.
Yes, well, it was, of course, the man who is pretty much undefeatable this year so far, Jakub Przygoński, with that incredible 97.5 run yesterday in qualifying. And I think it was only Lukas Kazulinski who got anywhere close to him with a score of 93 in second place. He has been pretty much untouchable, has Przygoński.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just like, he looks like he's so far ahead of his car. He's just preempting everything. He doesn't look like he's reacting, he's proactive, and he looks like, for all the world, a Driftmaster's top Driftmaster driver who's competing domestically and who's stamping his authority on this series this season.
Yeah, we spoke about his qualifying run yesterday with that score of 97.5, where it almost didn't look and it's
like
it
Valentino
sounds wrong to
Rossi.
say, but it didn't look exciting because he was in so much control of the car. Never at any point did you think that he was going to crash, but as you came towards the end of the run, it really stood out that he actually has made very little, if any, mistakes at all, and the judges, of course, rewarded him with that big score. And from there, nobody came anywhere close.
Yeah, it was almost Valentino Rossi or James Dean-esque in that he just looks so in control, as you said. I mean, it was exciting, but you know, you never felt like he was on a knife edge. So yeah, excellent run from him. So great qualification session. The rain is possibly predicted to fall here in Katowice, guys, this afternoon, and it does turn this converted car park track into pretty much an ice rink. So I think it's going to be trills and spills this afternoon here for the top 32 and pro competition in one of the top drift championships, one of the top domestic drift championships in Europe, if not the top one.
Well, if you joined us for qualifying yesterday, you would have seen some of the havoc that can be caused by that rain. But we could take a quick look at the season, and of course it was Jakub Przygoński who did take the win at round 1 in Warsaw. A brand new track here at Katowice for round 2 before we head to Radom for another brand new track for all our drivers in August on 22nd and 23rd. Before we go to the final in Poznan, to a track that the drivers are all familiar with, towards the end of September, where we will crown the winner for the 2026 DMP Semi-Pro and Pro Championships.
Yeah, so 4-round championship, Eddie, it's all important. You know, if you have maybe 7 rounds, you can drop a round, sometimes still win the championship. But with a 4-round series, it's going to be the consistent driver who's going to take the win.
Yeah, and we've already seen the effect that can have in the semi-pro class with some of our higher ranking drivers dropping down the order, and now a big gap of 40-50 points opening up between first and second place, making it very difficult for the chasing pack.
Absolutely. So I think we are going to have a quick look back at the qualification highlights from pro competition yesterday, which once again was filled with trills and spills, and a lot of the lower championship place drivers who ran first in qualifying almost didn't get a chance to run with the absolutely crazy conditions. But if we look back here, Eddie, look at this beautiful.
Yeah, it was
shot
Pavel Grosz who took third position in qualifying yesterday with an incredible run. He's struggled with the car a little bit this year, had some reliability issues at round 1 and some problems in one of his runs yesterday, but this was an absolute stomper, and you can just see signs from this man that he is ready to make a charge for the podium. It was The A90 Supra of Lukas Kalashevsky in second position with that score of 93, and he does have the spotter in his ear this weekend, the one and only Peter Fincek, with him here this weekend, making the difference. And he again looked like he was going to be put on a big charge at round one. Didn't make it happen when it came to the battles, but he is back here for round two and looking on form here this weekend. Will anybody be able to stop the Polish driver, who just looks so comfortable and so in control?
Yeah, loving that car as well. The livery always
But
looks
there
so
was
great.
only one man to really talk about here this weekend, and he is the man that stole the show at round one, taking top step of the podium. And well, at round two, it was a 97.5 for this run here for Jakub Przygoński, who just looked unstoppable. He has been the man this season, and with a run like this, I mean, find fault with it, Mike. And 97.5, as we mentioned, from the judges for that run from Jakub Przygoński, and he is absolutely dominating. But he comes up against Dominic Corr in that Opel GT in the first of our top 32 battles, and he's going to need to be at his best once again in order to take Dominic down, who has looked so confident out on circuit. That Opel GT, very difficult to drive. It doesn't look easy, but Dominic, when he gets it hooked up, is more than capable of putting it up against the best in the business.
Absolutely, yeah. Very small little chassis, that classic GM chassis, very closely related to the Saturn Sky, which you might remember from Darren McNamara back in the days of Formula Drift when he was competing. And yeah, definitely a worthy competitor. So nothing is over till it's over in drifting, Eddie. We've learned that already today in semi-pro. So yeah, fantastic afternoon of action ahead.
So it looks as though some of the drivers may be available for interview. We're going to see if that's coming. But yeah, I mean, as we say, Mike, it's a top 32 format rather than the top 16 that we saw for the semi-pro, for our pro drivers. 32 drivers left in the game here. And as we say, with a 4-round championship, it's so important that they all make a move now as we look towards the schedule for the remainder of the day. We see top 16 for semi-pro is out of the way. It's done. It's in the books. We are shortly going to be kicking off with pro top 32 before we see a small break in the action before the top 16 kicks off at 3:30, where we will run all the way to our podium celebrations. And of course, we did mention there is concerns that there will be a storm hitting Katowice later on this afternoon, which could play havoc. And we saw what this track is like in the wet yesterday, Mike. For the early runs of qualifying, it created a very difficult affair for the drivers out in circuit.
It did indeed, yeah. So it's difficult enough to drift in this converted car park track, and difficult enough to drift full stop these pro cars, which are gripped up to the absolute highest levels imaginable with these semi-slick rear racing tyres, and they can run up to a width of 285 in this championship. So crazy grip from the rear of these cars, which you'll see, guys, according as the battle brackets progress. You'll see the cars so gripped up. But if the rain does come, it throws a huge spanner in the works, and it makes the car setup so difficult for the pro competitors. Do they go for full grip setup? Do they go for the wet setup? Do they go for their dry setup if it's patchy? So if that does happen, or if the storm does hit here in Katowice, it's going to be so crazy interesting. But it's going to be crazy either way, guys, here. Once again, if you did join us for semi-pro championship runs there, you will see a little bit of what it's about, but we're going to ramp it up to 11.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, it is a 6-zone track, so 5 outside zones, 1 inside zone. We're going to get an opportunity now to look at the track, and who better to show you around it than Jakub Przygoński, if we're going to get to see that. I think that was actually just the end of the clip for his qualifying run. So we're going to get a look at the track. But as we mentioned, Mike, it's 5 outside zones, that 1 inside zone. And as you can see, big run in here for the drivers. Small flick. They're allowed a small little bit of slowing at the red mark on the track there before hitting outside zone 1. Judges then want to see the drivers full throttle as they just make their way down towards outside zone 2. And again, a little bit of slowing allowed, but the judges not wanting to see too much slowing. Drivers looking to fill that full yellow zone there on the track that's highlighted as deep as possible into that without dropping wheels, before they make their way towards the one and only inside zone at inside zone 3 here. Again, not too much angle, just an opportunity to set the car up for outside zone 4. A little bit of slowing, slight dab of the handbrake allowed as they enter that zone, but then back full on the power. And again, trying to keep those rear wheels inside those 2 yellow lines the whole way around. And this is where we see lots of mistakes in the Rangers as they exit outside zone 4. Hopefully that won't be something that we have to worry about before they point the cars for outside zone 5, which is just a setup for the final zone, which does allow a small bit of slowing going into outside zone 6, and that's that big full throttle pull all the way towards the finish line.
Yeah, and that's the most technical section of the track between 5 and 6 there already. There's numerous ways that the drivers can attack that, and we'll see those different techniques coming into play according as the battle progresses here from Pro Top 32, and I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've got a very interesting top 32 ahead of us, and I think it's one that's going to throw up some surprises. We saw some surprises at round 1 where a lot of the higher qualifiers were dumped out of the competition at the early stages of the top 32, and could we see a repeat of that? One man that will certainly be hoping that that doesn't happen is our championship leader and first place qualifier from yesterday, Jakub Przygoński. But certainly a very interesting top 32 is ahead of us. Michael Reichardt in the final battle against Lucas Serrata, who has wowed us in his underpowered 350C, but Michael Reichardt missing round 1, but a wealth of experience with former Drift Masters driver, as we take a moment to hear from our judges.
David, Mateusz, and Karol, hi, nice to see you again. So, David, what are your predictions about the tandems now? Do you think that already now there will be a contact?
I hope not. That's what we can do. But we saw quite big differences between higher qualifiers and lower qualifiers. So that can show that there will be some differences. But the drifting is one mistake motorsport. So those higher qualifiers will need to keep going as they've been during qualification without any mistake, because if they will do the mistake, the chaser or lower qualifier will take on.
So you've seen the track, you've heard from the judges. We are just about ready to go with top 32 here at round 2 of the DMP 2026.
And you're back.
So it looks like we are almost ready to go with top 32, as we say, just waiting for drivers to get themselves ready. Of course, a lot of preparation going into trying to get these cars ready for the top 32. That first battle, Mike, I think is going to be crucial. So here we go. So we are ready to go with our top 32. It will be Jakub Przygoński, your first place qualifier, to take on Dominic Kerr in that Opel GT, in qualifying in 32nd position yesterday. He has got a hell of a task on his hands, Mike, if he's going to progress in the competition today.
Yeah, well, the thing with Jakub Przygoński is he doesn't knock himself out, Eddie. He does not knock himself out. So we're going to have a quick look at the top 32 bracket here, guys. These are all of your 32 drivers in the pro class here for DMP round 2 in Katowice this weekend. And what a stacked bracket it is. Numerous current and former Drift Masters drivers in there, it is, as well as drivers from all over. You know, we've got obviously Polish drivers, we've got Ukrainian, Hungarian, Czech Republic, Estonian, Danish, you name it, we've got it here. And what a battle bracket that is.
Yeah, really exciting bracket, and you know, any of those could be a pick for almost a final battle throughout the day. But there's some big challenges for some of the lower ranking drivers today as they come up against, you know, some heavy hitters. And we look at Seamus Tikas will be relishing the opportunity to take on Jakub Krull, the 2025 champion. But what a big battle that is to have in the top 16. I think he'd prefer to see that a little bit later on in the order. But it just goes to show you've got to qualify high up the order here if you're going to give yourself a chance of progressing through. But you know, we've seen in the past, Mike, plenty of big names being taken down by underdog heroes who just relish the opportunity to throw it in hard against the big name driver as well. Are we about to see an upset in the first of our battles? Jakub Przygoński will be certainly hoping that that is not the case, as he gets himself ready and just starts to focus on the run ahead. But Dominic Kerr, no pressure here, Mike, the underdog here, qualified in 37th at round 1, relishing the opportunity to make it into the show here at round 2. and he'd be looking for his chance to try and have a season best here in pro. Only managed 23rd overall last year. What can he do this time around now as he goes for the door here nice and early? But look at the speed here from Jakub Przygoński as he absolutely rips through the circuit once again, taking up where he left off yesterday in qualifying. Perfect through those first 3 sections now. Looks for outside zone 4 as Dominic Kerr tries to find the door, but makes a big mistake as he just washes wide. Loses some ground here to Przygoński, who is so fast, Mike. Look at the speed, and Kerr just has no answer right now as Jakub Przygoński crosses the line.
Yeah, absolutely, no answer. And we saw that little Opel GM chassis being extremely fast several times across the competition, but the GR86 of Przygoński looking for all the world like the championship car that it is. And this car was, if I think back, it was in Warsaw for DMP round 1 3 weeks ago, then made its way to Finland for the Drift Masters European Championship last week. Now it's here in Katowice, and it is going to be in Riga for Drift Masters once again next weekend. So very hard working car, and looking for all the world like a car that's very dialed in here, Eddie, as he chases way off into the lead here.
Yeah, hard working car, hard working driver behind the wheel, and yeah, you can just see as we take a look back at those replays, it almost looked like a qualifying run there at times, and then Dominic Kerr just kind of appears into the picture, and he definitely struggled with the pace of the faster lead car on that one as we go back to the start line. And now it'll be the opportunity for Dominic Kerr to have that lead clean air, and Przygoński is going to have to struggle with maybe an unpredictable lead line here unless Dominic Kerr can get his act together and get a big angle, throws in hard and fast, drops a couple of wheels but stays in and makes it work as Przygoński jumps onto the door now, backs out, allows him room to manoeuvre as they fire it into outside zone 4 now. Przygoński jumps up onto the door, and the Polish man going very aggressive in the chase position as he tries to apply pressure to Dominic Kerr in that Opel GT. And contact with the wall, almost has to back out of it, keeps that throttle pin, comes onto the inside of the track, and very messy from Dominic Kerr, unfortunately, Mike, in that lead position.
Yeah, well, when you're up against the best, you have to try your absolute best and maybe push it to 105% at times, which is what I think we saw Dominic Kerr doing here. Unfortunately for him, maybe pushing a little bit too hard at times as he drops a couple of wheels there off the edge of the track initially, making it hard for Kuba to follow him, but Przygoński doing a good job in the chase position, just rectifying his run there a little bit and getting back on the door. Now, even though the GR86, it's not a big car, but it makes the little GT, the Opel GT of Kerr look like an MX-5 almost in comparison. A really, really small car there, as you said, just skirted with the wall there. And Dominic Kerr then finding himself on the inside of the track, and overall I think, Eddie, no need for over scrutineering of this one, as we see tyre fire actually lighting the back of these cars. Are obviously running super grippy semi-slick tyres that get very hot during battle and can actually go on fire, which you might see a couple of times throughout the day on this very sticky car park surface. But yeah, I think overall Jakub Przygoński will be taking the win here, Eddie, if you would agree.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty clear-cut one for the judges as the drivers have a quick wave to the crowd as we see those judges' decisions dropping in as 1, 2 and 3. It is unanimous, all judges in favour of Jakub Przygoński. Moving on to the top 16 as we move it back to the start line, Mike, in preparation of our next battle, which will see Marek Wartałowicz taking on Łukasz Tazimski. And of course, if Marek Wartałowicz was to take the win here, he would move into the top 16 where he would face Jakub Przygoński, who he faced at round 1 in the top 16. So he must feel as though he cannot escape him. But of course, he does have to come through Łukasz Tazimski first of all in order for that to happen.
Yeah, so guys, if you are joining us from home, welcome once again to DMP Rounds 2. We're here in Katowice in the beautiful sunshine in southern Poland, and just worth noting, we have 3 judges as well. Of course, David Callis is on style, Karol Jabłonski is on angle, and Mateusz Dziedic is on line. So the judging split between 3 separate categories, of course, but the judges will have an overall look at the runs. But Eddie, we're back to the line.
Yeah, back to the start line, and it is Marek choosing to chase first, interestingly. Of course, these 2 drivers qualifying 16th and 17th respectively, so we should see 2 similar runs over the course of the battle here. But it will be Tazimski now in the lead position to lead in Wartałowicz.
Look at the speed of the Alpha, Eddie.
Yeah, very quick through the circuit, as we've seen already in the semi-pro category of the other one of these vehicles. And now so Marek starting to find his footing here in this battle as he looks to try and find some proximity on the door of that Alfa Romeo Veloce. But that gap just starts to open up, but it's not the perfect lead line here either from Łukasz Tazimski as they get across the line.
Yeah, I mean, loving both of these cars for very different reasons. Obviously, you have the factory looking almost, corporate sponsorship of the beautiful mottled sponsorship of Łukasz, and then Marek with the super different, Łukasz with the Alfa and Marek with the super different PS13. Silvia, of course, we saw his teammate in the S14. Max just in the semi-pro class earlier, but yeah, really good run here in the lead position from the V6 powered Alfa of Łukasz. But I think Marek definitely has the equipment here ready to pull out some huge runs. Maybe it hasn't come together for him so far perfectly this weekend, and qualifying in midfield both drivers, so yeah, I think a very close battle. Maybe not the tidiest one to get us going, but it's all still to play for, and it's still a very level one, I would say.
Yeah, certainly hanging in the balance going into the second half of this one, as we see Marek now slot into that lead position, and Tazimski in the chase, and of course both drivers in the pro class with teammates in the semi-pro class.
Yep.
As we wait for that green light from our start line marshal, it will be Wartałowicz to lead in. Łukasz Tazimski, and much tighter this time around as he chose big angle into that second zone. Just hangs that rear wing over that white line at the edge of the circuit and opens the door here now for Łukasz Tazimski to try and make an attack. And he goes very deep on the inside zone there, knocks the cone as the chase driver Łukasz Tazimski just falls away and makes a mistake of his own, and problems with the car, Mike. It looks perhaps as if he just shuts it down.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeo doing Italian car things there, maybe Eddie just shutting itself down as Marek there just skirts on the edge of the track, but it was all over at that stage already. So let's see what happened here. So Marek leads us in the beautiful S13 Silvia, and Łukasz Tazimski, all Polish battle, of course. Łukasz following him in here now, and let's see what happens here, Eddie. Exactly, it's all going to come down to this. Marek was very tight on the inside of the transition there, I did notice, but unfortunately right around here it just looks like the Alfa Romeo just lost drive.
Yeah, perhaps a broken shaft. Yeah, so hearing that there was a clutch issue, Mike, with the car, so maybe just kicking that clutch a little bit too hard, unfortunately, and yeah, that looks as though it could make the judge's decision that much easier.
Yeah, well, these once again, these semi-slick rear tyres putting out huge amounts of grip. This Alfa Romeo, one of the lower powered cars on the grid with 690 brake horsepower, believe it or not. Even though it's a very small car, Eddie, it's not going to weigh much, so it shouldn't actually take a lot to get it, being a fast car, but still up against the likes of a supercar power, 850 brake horsepower there in the hands of Marek Wartałowicz, which he might have had to just push it a little bit hard there, and the clutch expiring during the run, and we can make it official that going through to the top 16, it is Marek Wartałowicz, and yeah. Good to see that Motul-sponsored S13 back on track again, Eddie, even though it'll be sad to lose the very, very distinctive Alfa Romeo Veloce of Łukasz Tazimski.
Yeah, for sure, as we see a very cool recovery vehicle. Look at this, Mike. It's almost like they were designed for each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost like a teammate there for the Alfa. And yeah, once again, guys, huge level of competition here. You can see the big sponsors on these cars in the domestic championship. As speaking of which, look at this for a battle we have warming up here, Eddie. This is an interesting one.
It really is an interesting one. Max Heidrich to take on Tamás Magyar, and two very interesting driving styles, two very interesting vehicles. One of my favourite people in the championship versus one of my favourite cars in the championship, and for Tamás Magyar, makes it into the top 32 this time around. Didn't qualify at round one, no score on the board, so he's going to be relishing the opportunity here now to try and put on a show and see if he can take down one of the biggest names in European drifting. Max Heidrich has a wealth of experience. He competed in Drift Masters for 8, maybe 9 years. He's seen it all, but he's a newcomer to DMP, so even with all that experience, he's still testing new waters here.
Absolutely. We're ready to rock here. It is an interesting battle in terms of machinery and driver here at DMP Round 2 Pro Top 32.
Yes, here we go. Max Hydrus to lead them in for the first half of this one. It opens up a big gap early on as Thomas Magyar now tries to find his way back into this. The Hungarian finds the door, but he did cut the track in order to get there as Max Hydrus flicks it into that inside zone. Nicely back out for outside zone 4. Tucks it onto that wide line and just sets it there as Magyar now looks to find the door of the car of Max Hydrich, that Nissan S13 with the 15 front and contact.
Yeah, Max shuts it down there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Hydrick looked very, very good in the lead position, wheeling around the track, huge grip in the back of his 180SX with the S15 front, but unfortunately just shuts it down there, Eddie, and maybe another mechanical issue creeping in here early doors in DMP Round 2 in Katowice.
Yeah, well, it didn't look like Max was going to make round 1 with engine trouble, but the team got together and got that car back up and running, and he did make it eventually. But it looks, as you say, like more problems here for Max Hydrich, unfortunately. As yeah, you can just see as he comes into outside zone 5 now, and yeah,
just shutting it down there, and a bit of contact as well.
Yeah, nothing obvious to say what exactly went wrong for Max Hydrich there. Did you spot anything, Mike?
No, just shutting down, Eddie. Again, you know, these cars running very complicated ECUs and things sometimes, and the ECU can shut down the car if it detects something that could be an engine killer, such as low oil pressure, overly high boost pressure, something like that. I'm not sure if that was the issue, but definitely a lack of forward propulsion there in the Germans' S13.
Yes, now when we look back at the start line, there is no sign of Max Hydrich now. We don't know if he's been allowed an opportunity just to cool the car, and if perhaps that's what it was. It was the car over, getting too hot, and the ECU deciding just to shut it down.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it's not huge.
Or is that 2-minute clock on? Is that 2-minute clock counting away? And could we see Max Hydrich bow out of competition here?
Yeah,
Marshall going over to the door of Thomas Magyar's car.
Yeah, possibly. It could be. It could be. All she wrote for Max, who interestingly is one of the competitors with the shorter spins to DMP Round 2 at about 7 or 8 hours. Many drivers making their way from much further, but we don't have Max Hydrich, the German, at the line. And as you said, Eddie, the competitors have 2 minutes.
Daniel Pelican in the background moving towards the line. So
the judges are watching a replay once again, Eddie. We can see on our secondary screen here that they are watching the replay of the lead run, but I can't see why, it wouldn't be just deemed as a mechanical failure by Max. Even though Tamas was very much on the inside line, but Max shutting down all on his own.
Yeah, well, Tamas Magyar now leaves the line on his own. So. And we do see Kevin Frobel move towards the lead line. So, yeah, it looks like this one could be over. We just await to get official confirmation from the judges or the marshals as Magyar moves into position to get that official decision. And it looks as though this one is going to be an unfortunate end, not the way we would like to see battles decided. But for Tamas Magyar not qualifying at round 1. Gets in 25th position at round 2, comes up against one of the biggest hitters in European drifting and gets the win, moves on to the top 16. The Hungarian will be delighted with that as he struggles to get himself out of the car.
Yeah,
He's
it's
big tall man and he waves to the crowd, and with those roll cages, Mike, it's not easy when you're taller than, even at 5'6", I find it difficult to get in and out of a drift car with a cage. So clearly more towards the 6 foot category there is Tamas Magyar, and he'll be delighted and he'll have an opportunity to move on and get some more track time in the top 16.
Yeah, and a cool car as well, something very different, so good to see that back out on track. We lose our buddy Max Hydrich, unfortunately, but that is drifting, and we have to go back to the line, Eddie. It waits for no man, and to take on, I believe.
Well, it's Daniel Pelican to take on Kevin Frobel, and one of our favourite drivers on the grid. Just this guy's style is absolutely outrageous. Kevin Frobel did only manage 9th position in qualifying yesterday after that impressive 2nd place qualifying at round 1, but Daniel Pelican further down the order is going to be relishing the opportunity now to take on the Polish driver, but he's going to need to be at his absolute best here. So here we go, off the start line goes Frobel against Daniel Pelican. What has Pelican got in the chase position as he tries to go very aggressive right from the off? Can he find the door of that E36 from the get-go? Certainly can, as he tries to apply some pressure here Now allows some room to manoeuvre for Robel, who looks so confident on a perfect lead line so far. Does drop a wheel through outside zone 4. Starts to put a little bit of a gap here now as they come towards the latter stages of the run. Points that E36 towards outside zone 5. Pins it down into the 6th and final zone. Here comes Pelican though as they cross the line.
Yeah, fantastic scenes here. What a beautiful run that was, just visually, and both cars sporting kind of similar liveries as well, so fantastic stuff aesthetically here. DMP round 2 in pro competition, and as you said, you know, we're big fans of Kevin Rubel's driving style, of course. Daniel Pelican from the Czech Republic as well, you know, very exciting driver to watch. But Kevin Rubel throwing caution to the wind as per usual. You know, not really caring too much about what the judges think. He says he's just going to go out there, drive with his own style, do the best that he can, but he generally tends to do what the judges want anyway, because he's just such a natural driver. You know, prolonging 5 into 6 there, just using the handbrake to keep his angle steady, then dialing on the angle into 6. One of 2 ways of approaching that outside zone. Some drivers piling on the angle through 5 and then letting the car fall down backwards into that zone, but the safer option maybe just using the handbrake. And yeah, nice lead line there from Robel.
Yeah, well, we switched them around and it will be Pelican now to lead in Robel for the second half of this. We see those traffic lights illuminate red and now to green. Here we go. Second half of this one, Pelican, as we say, in that lead position. He's coming forward here this time around, nicely through that first zone, and big angle thrown at it here as Kevin Robel gets caught up on the inside of the track, not where the judges want to see him, but he gets it back, makes it work, gets onto the door as they go through that inside zone, simultaneously flicking it like synchronized swimmers, as Pelican now starts to put a little bit of a gap here on Robel through the outside zone 4 as they point it towards outside zone 5. Big angle here now from Daniel Pelican as he looks to fulfill that final zone, but right up onto the front wheel goes Kevin Robel as they cross the line.
Yeah, that was an absolute heater of a lead run there from Daniel Pelican, the Czech driver, looking absolutely comfortable in his BMW in the lead position. Watch this angle, he just comes in with so much commitment, and Kevin Robel actually finds himself really on the wrong side of the track here on the inside. So the judges wanting to see max proximity, but they want to see the chase driver mimicking the lead driver's line and angle, and Kevin Robel now doing that at this stage, but then backing out right again around zone 4 here. You know, Daniel Pelican looking really great here in the lead, and he is the lower qualifier by quite a way, qualifying in 24th versus Robel's 9th, but I think he's looking good here just from the sheer and utter strength of his lead run here, Eddie. That was a great lead.
Yeah, certainly didn't look like the lesser driver of the two on that occasion. And could this spell disaster for Kevin Robel, who had that very good top 8 finish at round 1? The last thing you'd want would be to bop out at the top 32 stage. You can just see the amount of tape that's on the car there.
Yeah, quite a lot of duct tape, and similar style liveries as well there, kind of Japanese style liveries on both cars here at DMP round 2, as we see the new versus old world of Katowice in the background there, the old coal mining buildings, and the you know, in the Silesian Museum area here at the Strefa Cultura, and we have some skyscrapers to the left of the shot, just out of shot there. So crazy venue for a drift event, and I'm sure some of the residents in those skyscrapers will be wondering just what's going on in their neighbourhood. They got woken out of bed by practice this morning at 9 a.m, I'm sure.
Yeah, if not a little bit earlier. Yeah, they've had kind of a weekend of craziness. If they weren't familiar with what drifting is, then they definitely you know, got a good introduction to it here this weekend, albeit at the expense of some rest and some lie-ins in the morning. Yeah. So
Tim Hydrick woke us up yesterday morning with his V12.
So we're going to go to the judges. We haven't got a
so
decision
we
yet.
will a little bit spoil the result now, but it is slightly split decision. 2 judges were for Daniel, and 1 judge, which was me, was for one more time. And the biggest difference which we were looking on is that there were more mistakes from Kevin on his chase than from Daniel. But he had the proximity, which was, like, for me, enough to put it one more time. But the other 2 judges saw that many cutting, that many adjustments on the chase position, that it was not enough to put one more time. So they gave the win to Daniel.
So there you have it from the judges. Daniel Pelican causing a huge championship upset and knocks out Kevin Robel, who will be feeling very much disappointed after that one, Mike, as we see this decision come up on the screen. And of course, one judge, David Callis, looking for it one more time. And look at what it means to Daniel Pelican, who didn't attend at round 1, scraped in 24th position, and now takes down 9th place qualifier Kevin Robel, who was nicely poised in the championship, and it looks as though we are going to go down to Victoria, who is with an ecstatic Daniel Pelican.
What an energy here. A lot of energy from you, Daniel. You don't hear it. Now you hear it? Do you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So, congratulations and thank you for this energy from you. I need to ask you, do you like hranolki?
Yes, much.
You have eaten a lot of hranolki before this run.
Yes, of course.
Okay, it's the meritum now. It was awesome driving. How do you feel now?
Amazing, incredible. We have a lot of issues with my car, mainly car. So we rented this car from Estonia, and I don't know how to say, I'm really happy.
So bad luck in tak po prostu EXO now and a really good driving.
Yeah, I was really, stressed, yeah.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy, see ya.
Great to see the emotion there, Eddie, from the drivers. Exactly what it means to Daniel Pelican to have taken the win there against a top driver.
Mike, you literally took the words out of my mouth. I mean, you can see the excitement even in the way he drives the car away from that interview. So much emotion, so much excitement, and there's a man that would be dangerous in the next battle because he is on an absolute high here. But we got to move it back to the start line because our next battle awaits, and it's another big one. It's another. Well, this one's a tough one, Mike, for the pronunciation because it's two very difficult names for people from Ireland to try and pronounce. But it's going to be Mikołaj Zakrzewski to take on Bartłomiej of Czarek. That's as good as I'm going to do, but don't criticize me when I try and say them really quickly in the heat of a battle. But this is going to be two guys, one who lost out in the top 32 to Praво Gross at round 1, and the other who made it all the way as far as the top 8 after qualifying in 24th, who's now to Timur Lipski. But we have reset everything here for round 2 and they are ready to go, and it will be Zakrzewski to take on Ovcharek.
Yeah, so,
Zakrzewski, the higher qualifier, qualifying right up there in 4th position.
Yeah, Ovcharek in 29th position, so he's going to be chasing here, and we'll have to put in a great chase run on the first one. Huge experience, Eddie, 21 years in the sport, so he has massive experience and massive background in drifting, so let's see what he can do here in the chase.
Yeah, he's going to have to count on all of that. Is Ovcharek in that chase position now as he fires in behind Zakrzewski. Zakrzewski losing the rear bumper, dropping wheels, and already drama here at the first half of this one as Zakrzewski looks for that perfect line, but Ovcharek looks for the door of that S15. Can he find the proximities? He comes hunting for it. This is a big run for both drivers. There have been some mistakes, but they're fully committed as a little bit of separation opens up, and now Ovcharek looks to find that proximity and find the door to 15 as they cross the line.
Yeah, the little M2 there looking steady in the chase against a little bit of a lead run. That might have been a bit hard to predict. Let's have a look back here again as Mikołaj makes his way off track there, and Ovcharek in the chase position, doing a good job to predict exactly what's going to happen next, and not making any huge rash decisions as in pulling out or making a dive that leaves him in the wrong area. So Mikołaj gets back on line now as they approach zone 5 in the little touch and go section here, and lovely technique once again from Mikołaj, just dialing in the angle there. Hits his own back bumper on the way as he passed and across the line, and Bartłomiej just doing enough in the chase position there, I think, to give him a good chance here that if he has a tidy, predictable, good lead run here, I think that he's in a good position here, Eddie. The lower qualifier might be in a good position to take the win here if he has a good lead.
Yeah, well, a huge opportunity to take down one of the highest qualifiers, 4th position for Zakrzewski yesterday, and as you say, Ovcharek getting in 29th position, but it's the battles where these drivers often come alive, and come alive they will as Ovcharek leaves the line. He's looking good for it here, but misses outside zone 1, crucially as he starts this lead line, but gets it back together, makes it work as they come into outside zone 2. But look at this from Zakrzewski as he jumps up onto the door of that BMW as Ovcharek goes a little bit deep into inside zone 3 now, but gets back on it as they switch it back for outside zone 4. But look at the proximity here and the aggression from Zakrzewski as he puts everything he can into this run. lose a little bit of ground. Oh, some wheels drop from Ovcharek as they go toe to toe, wheel to wheel, and across the line they go, Mike.
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be one of aggression versus consistency, I think. And you have to say that Ovcharek was in the driver's seat to win this one till the mistake there on the last corner, which we'll have to see how much weight the judges put on that. But a great aggression there from Zakrzewski in the chase position around the first corner. Now watch him here again. He's a very aggressive driver. The 32-year-old Polish driver putting it all on the line here at round 2 of DMP in Katowice. Watch this now from Ovcharek as he negotiates the last zone here, just runs a little bit wide, gets back on the power, keeps the car out of the wall. Not a huge mistake by any means.
Look, I think, he misses outside zone 1 at the start, but coming into outside zone 5, misses that zone.
Misses that as
that
well,
causes the mistake then in outside zone 6.
Yeah, he was on the wrong line. So it's going to be tight overall. I mean, great aggression from Mika Way, but he had that very messy chase or lead run. And, Ovcharek with a good solid chase run on the first one there. And I think he's at an advantage.
Yeah, just looking back at the replay just at outside zone 6, just to see did Ovcharek put 3 wheels off. It's without doubt 2. There's 1, and now you see 2 wheels off. And just where is that front left tire? Just about hangs on, I think. Just about hangs on. So that would have obviously made the judging decision quite a lot easier, because it would have resulted in a 0 for the lead car. But as it stands, it looks as though just 2 wheels, and still a sizable mistake. But they look happy. Yeah, they look happy, and you can just see how much. So you can just see how much it takes out of these drivers. And the decision is in. Is there going to be a decision? No. It looks as though we're going to get it one more time. I think they're both happy with that. I think they'll know that they made some mistakes, and they'll get an opportunity just to clean that back up. And judges, want to see it one more time, Mike.
Yeah, so I think I have to agree. Over the course of the 2 runs, there were a couple of mistakes from both drivers that tended to cancel each other out, and the aggression from Zakrzewski maybe being cancelled out by the consistency from Ovcharek. So we move it down to the line while the guys get some new tyres on. It is one of the most exciting drivers in the championship, the Hungarian. It's Peter Utashi in the S13, and he will face off against...
Yeah, he's going to be against Gatovski, or Radoslaw Gatovski. Thanks for allowing me to pronounce that, Mike.
Yeah, I just sent it over to you there already,
Yeah, with no warning whatsoever. So, here we go. First half of this one, and it will be Utashi, the higher qualifier. And as you say, Mike, one of the most exciting drivers in the championship to lead in. Radoslaw Gatovski, here we go. Nicely through those first 2 sections as Gatkowski looks to try and get some proximity. Contact as they come out of outside zone 3 and try to make their way into outside zone 4. They shut it down, Mike.
Yeah, contact there, and just a real aggression there in the chase position from Gatkowski, and I think, he just forced Utashi off track a little bit, and it happened then again, forcing the Hungarian off track a little bit more. And we'll have to see, though, was it a sudden braking from the Hungarian, which it is a braking zone, but we'll have to have a look to see if he braked excessively or unpredictably, and whether he forced the Polish driver into making that contact. So maybe seeing this in real time would be a little bit easier, but we are having a slow-mo replay, and we'll see it all happening here now. It's all going to come down to this. So, just maybe was a little bit over-aggressive there, Eddie, on the transition, and didn't give himself enough room to leave Utashi to just rotate and get back in the pocket.
Just not leaving enough space. It is tight there, and judges saying that yesterday in brief, not the ideal place to form to make your attack, and maybe just not leaving enough space for the lead driver to make that rotation, that transition from 3 into 4.
But it's a good place to make an attack, maybe 5-10 feet later. Just let him transition and then dive.
I mean, look, I think from Gatkowski's point of view, he's looking at Utashi as one of the most aggressively styled drivers on the grid, and he knew he was going to have to try and do something special in the chase position to try and get himself a spot in this top 16. So I can understand why he went aggressive there, but perhaps just not able to pull it off in the way that he hoped. And I think that's going to put the pressure on him now for this second run of this battle, because now he's in the lead position. Much more difficult to try and force an error from your opponent from the lead line.
Yeah, I think the duct tape is out as well from the back of Peter Utashi's car. But like you said, Eddie, Radoslaw is going to be under pressure here. I think he's probably on a 0. Could Utashi have kept drifting? He got 2 hits, it forced him off track a little bit. He decided to pull out rather than hitting the wall. judges will have to have a look at that, but I think overall it has to be deemed the chase driver's fault in our opinion on that one. We will wait for confirmation from the judges as we do have a working Peter Utashi car.
Yeah, and of course we are just speculating at this moment.
Of course,
in time,
yeah,
so,
of course.
You know,
that's
we don't
what
know
we
what
think.
way the judges will see it. They may look at it a different way, but yeah, here we go. Second half of this with Gatkowski to lead in Utashi as they look for that perfect line once again. Big gap of separation opens up through that first section as Gatkowski gets onto that nice wide line now. Nice and fast as he flicks through that inside zone. Utashi getting deep into that zone himself as he looks to try and find the door of the 2JZ S15 of Gatkowski as they fire down towards outside zone 5, deep into the final zone goes the lead driver Gatkowski as Utashi now looks for the door. Can he find some proximity through the latter stages? Just about, Mike.
Yeah, a really nice lead line there from Gatkowski towards the latter part of that lap as we see the lovely drone shots here and the really good crowd here in Katowice for round 2. So Utashi wouldn't have known here already. He doesn't know that he's leading this battle massively, but I think that he will have an idea that he did nothing unusual on the transition which we're about to see on the lead run. So I think that he knows that he doesn't have to push overly on this one. He's going to assume that it was the chase driver's fault. And Utashi now finding the door, but we've seen Utashi being absolutely crazy in the chase position from what we've seen of him throughout round 1, and pretty crazy in qualifying as well. Maybe just holding it back a little bit here as Gatkowski gives him a really nice lead to chase, and Utashi doing the intelligent thing if it does turn out that he is in the lead in this battle and just hanging back a small bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing about it is he doesn't know, and the spotter doesn't know, so I don't think you're going to see them. I couldn't imagine the spotter saying it was definitely his mistake.
No,
you know, I think
don't think any
you
of
would
us
make
can.
an assumption, but here we go. We're about to find out who's going to go through. Well, it is going to be unanimous, and Peter Utashi, the Hungarian, will progress into the top 16 as we thought, Mike. But yeah, look, you never know what way the judges are going to see that, and yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of replays, so you know, it seems as though they were confident pretty quick as the drivers embrace, and Gatkowski congratulates Utashi and wishes him well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way we would have seen it as well, Eddie. But you know, Peter Utashi is very, very entertaining. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. And I think the winner of the battle, as I nearly lose my sheets here, the winner of the battle, which will be going one more time, will face off against Peter Utashi. But we move it down to the line to the next battle. It is an interesting one. It's a man who was going absolutely fantastically in qualifying. You know, in the BMW, it is Abdul Karim Yahan versus
Zolt
Homan.
Yeah, and you know what? Two drivers who performed quite well in qualifying at this round, but Homan Zolt didn't have the perfect round 1, missed out on a top 32. But Abdul Karim Yahan has looked so confident, and another strong performance in qualifying yesterday saw him up into 5th position after a really solid round 1, and he's absolutely lighting through the course here now as he looks for outside zone 4, finds it, gets on the power straight away as he just dabs the foot brake just to settle that car as Zolt Homan now comes looking for some proximity, tries to find some aggression and some points for himself in the final stages of the run, but he just can't keep with Abdul Karim Yahan.
Yeah, and that's not the medical car in the hands of Abdul Karim Yahan, that's the Swiss flag on the roof. So yeah, would be a fast medical car to
it
get
certainly
to.
would, yeah.
First
It's
responder car.
definitely the first responder that I'd like to see coming towards me if I was in need of some help. But,
Exactly, he'd get your heart going again.
But the only problem is he'd probably be out of breath by the time he gets to you. He's working so hard behind the wheel.
Exactly, so the 900 brake horsepower 1 Series BMW, that chassis, that E82 chassis, which we see, you know, being put to very good use in the hands of Jack Shanahan in Formula Drift recently. You know, it's an up and coming chassis, and yeah, it's definitely looking fast against the S13 here of Zolt Homan, the Hungarian driver, with no real answer for the Swiss BMW in the hands of Abdul Karim in the lead position here. Nice lead line as well from Abdul Karim for the most part of the track. Could be a little bit wider around zone 6 there, but overall a tidy lead and across the line.
yeah, has that confidence from yesterday that his lead line is pretty solid, Mike, as you say. Could have been better throughout, but you know, it's not often that we see as good a lead run in the early stages of the battles as you may have seen in qualifying when it was just one car out on circuit.
Yeah.
But certainly Abdul Karim Yahan looking pretty good. Qualified 14th at round 1.
Did
Lost
drop a
out
wheel
to
there.
Jakub Przygoński in the top 8, who was the eventual winner. So, I mean, he's only been beaten by the top guys at the moment, and for Homan, it's a tough task. It's a tough task for someone who qualified 42nd at round 1, then scrapes in 28th at round 2. It's certainly a big improvement as the championship's going on, but he's going to have to find something really spectacular here in the second half of this run as we wait for that light to go green. It will be Zolt Homan to lead in Abdul Karim Yahan for the second half of this top 32 battle here at round 2 in Katowice. Here we go. Much improved here from Zolt Homan as he fires into that second outside zone. Could be a little bit deeper all the same, but fills the zone. Nice little flick as he throws it into that inside zone. Contact with the cone from Abdul Karim Yahan as he searches for some proximity. Tries to find the door of that S13 as some wheels dropped in the lead position. They pointed towards outside zone 5 down. Big contact with the wall. Oh, and he's lost the wheel, Mike. Lost the wheel into the wall at outside zone 5 to 6. And very unfortunate there for Zolt Homan, pushing really hard, but Abdul Karim Yahan will be delighted that he managed to avoid any further contact there. That just happened so quickly.
Yeah, everything just kicked off at the latter section of that run there. Overall, Abdul Karim doing a very good job in the chase position here, probably knowing that he had a bit of an advantage, kind of mimicking the lead car here, maybe not on that outside line, but he did mimic the lead car's line pretty well, which will be allowed by the judges. He is mimicking it. So yeah, overall good run there from Abdul Karim chasing in Zolt Homan, but obviously all of this is irrelevant, to be honest, because it's going to come down to the events here, which we will see unfolding once again in glorious slow motion, Eddie, in a couple of seconds time.
You can just see Mike as he comes out of outside zone 4 into 5 nicely, but then just carrying too much speed, I think.
Yeah, just carries too much speed and breaks a tow arm on the back. Has a bit of a fire while he's at it.
Abdul Karim Yahan does very well, Mike, to avoid contact.
Stays online.
Stays online and avoid contact.
Stays online, says okay.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of space there. There's not a whole lot of runoff there for these drivers when they hit the walls. So looks like we're going to get an official decision.
Lots of towing on the back of the S13 at the moment.
Yes, I wonder if it's going to work out for him.
Don't think so
on this occasion.
No.
So yeah, Abdul Karim Yahan moving on to the top 16.
Can we take a second to appreciate the livery on Zolt Homan's car though? What a cool car.
Do you know, I'm going to be honest, Mike, I don't usually enjoy that type of styling, the kind of graffiti look, but I think it actually really works well on this car, and I keep alluding towards it every time I see it on track. It just there's something about it. It's really well done, perhaps.
Yeah, it just looks great. Looks so distinctive and looks great. But hopefully, yeah, I don't think it's gonna get off the track under its own power. Definitely need recovery, but beautiful car there for sure. And hopefully we see Homan back for action at round 3. And just a 4-round championship here once again, guys. So very important for these drivers if they want to be making their way into the top parts of the championship to have a strong result in each and every round, because again, it's not as if you have 7 rounds in order to class them back if you have a bad round. You really need 4 strong rounds, or at least 3 really strong rounds and a reasonable 4th round, you know, to be going for the championship. So we do look for recovery here. Once again, guys, you join us here in Katowice for DMP round 2. And we hope you're enjoying the action for Pro Top 32 so far. It will be getting better and better as the afternoon progresses. Of course, we'll get into
Panie Krzysztofie, przed chwilą był egzamin i ja się zastanawiam, czy to się testuje zawodników, czy oni potrafią na przykład, czy wiedzą, jak się strzela ze sprzęgła, albo jak się zakłada kontrę. Jaką wiedzę sprawdza się u drifterów, zanim dostaną licencję i zdadzą egzamin?
To, czego pani była świadkiem, to jest jedna część egzaminu. Oni to, czy się strzela ze sprzęgła, czy nie, doskonale znają. To jest egzamin praktyczny, który odbył się chwilę potem. Oczywiście na torze. Tutaj sprawdzamy przede wszystkim ich wiedzę niezbędną do tego, żeby mieli świadomość i żeby wiedzieli, jak należy brać udział w tego cyklu imprezach, żeby one odbywały się w sposób jak najbardziej bezpieczny.
Chodzi na przykład o to, jak zachować się na torze, jak reagować na chorągiewkę. To jakoś reguluje zachowanie na torze tych zawodników?
Oczywiście nie tylko jak reagować, jak to pani użyła, na chorągiewkę, czyli na tą flagę czerwoną, ale przede wszystkim jak reagować w innych sytuacjach. Co robić, jeżeli na przykład samochód wypadnie z trasy, ten, który jedzie przed tym zawodnikiem, czy jeżeli uderzy w bandę, czy jak reagować, jeżeli uruchomione są służby ratunkowe. To wszystko odbywa się podczas szkolenia i to wszystko jest bardzo ważne, żeby zawody odbywały się bezpiecznie.
To załóżmy, że żaden z zawodników nas teraz nie ogląda. Co by pan doradził, żeby wygrać te zawody?
Przede wszystkim pilnie uważać najpierw na kursie, uczestniczyć obowiązkowo, to jest obowiązek w każdym briefingu, czyli takim spotkaniu z zawodnikami. Sędziowie tłumaczą, co będzie podlegało ich ocenie, w którym łuku, w którym miejscu, kto stoi, kto jak ocenia, ile można tych punktów zdobyć, dlaczego tak, a nie inaczej. To jest zupełnie inna konkurencja niż pozostałe w sporcie samochodowym, a więc cieszę się, jeżeli z mojej jakiejś tam wiedzy mogą młodsi sędziowie skorzystać, czy zawodnicy.
Mówił Krzysztof Studziński, Polski Związek Motorowy, opiekun driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, Główna Komisja
Z ramienia
Sportów
Głównej Komisji Sportu Samochodowego.
Dziękuję.
Tak jest, to był Krzysztof Studziński, główny przewodniczący Komisji Egzaminacyjnej PZM, a obok mnie człowiek, który ten egzamin zdawał. Oliwier Ozdoba obok mnie. Oliwier, zacznijmy od tego, jak stresujący był to egzamin i czego się dowiedziałeś podczas niego.
Dowiedziałem się bardzo dużo ważnych rzeczy, co przydaje się podczas zawodów, dużo nowych informacji. Egzamin nie był bardzo stresujący, wystarczyło posłuchać na wykładach, rozwiązać egzamin.
Czyli rozumiem, była część i teoretyczna, i praktyczna.
Tak, była część teoretyczna.
To która trudniejsza?
Wydaje mi się, że praktyczna.
Praktyczna mimo wszystko. Dobrze, to do tej praktyki teraz przejdźmy wobec tego i podyskutujmy chwilę o tym, jak to dzisiaj wyglądało z twojej perspektywy. W klasie semi-pro doszedłeś do etapu top 8, tam rywalizowałeś z Adamem Gomoliszkiem, który finalnie zwyciężył te dzisiejsze zawody, więc jesteś takim moralnym top 2, tak można powiedzieć? Jaka to była trudna dla ciebie rywalizacja z późniejszym zwycięzcą i zwycięzcą kwalifikacji z dnia poprzedniego?
Rywalizacja była bardzo trudna. Z Adamem znamy się dosyć długo już, razem jeździmy od dawna. Wiedziałem, czego mogę się po nim spodziewać, więc od razu mogłem atakować na niego. Wydaje mi się, że zrobiliśmy bardzo dobre show, bardzo dobrze mi się z nim jechało. Mam nadzieję, że będzie więcej takiej jazdy.
No to zdecydowanie tak. To jeszcze króciutko o tym, jak tobie się tutaj dzisiaj jeździło i wczoraj podczas kwalifikacji. Jak ten tor oceniasz?
Wczoraj podczas kwalifikacji było dosyć trudno, bo akurat na nasze przejazdy zaczął kropić deszcz i nawierzchnia bardzo się różniła od siebie ze względu na to, że trasa jest bardzo nagumowana po piątkowych treningach.
Dokładnie. Dziękuję ci pięknie wobec tego i czekamy na kolejne przejazdy w twoim wykonaniu już w następnych rundach. Bardzo dziękuję. Oliwier Ozdoba był moim państwa gościem.
Bardzo
Dzięki.
dziękuję.
So we are back on the start line and ready to go with the one more time battle between Zakrzewski and Ovcharek. And you know what? There was, it looks as though we're actually moving on. We're going to come to that later on, and it's going to be Stavros Grillis to take on Anders Madsen. And yeah, bad round for Anders Madsen. Round one, qualifying in 33rd position, just about missed out on the top 32, but he's back here at round two and in the show and in the game. But he's got the Greek god that is Stavros Grillis to try and take down if he wants to get himself into the top 32. And right now, Stavros Grillis throwing big angle at that second outside zone, so quick. But here comes Anders Madsen, the drainage driver, who has looked so much improved this time around. But he loses some ground as they make their way through that inside zone and opens up the opportunity for Stavros Grillis to now pull a bit of an advantage and a bit of a gap. That gap closes once again as they come towards outside zone 5 and 6. But again, Madsen just can't find the proximity as that Greek god crosses the line.
Yeah, Stavros Grillis and the guys there Using the little Toyota 4-cylinder 2.4 engine, first seen premiered in drifting by Papadakis Racing in Formula Drift in the hands of Tanner Faust in the Scion TC, I believe. So just a little 4-cylinder 2.4 engine with 800 brake horsepower under the bonnet of the BMW there of Stavros Grillis, very close there as well from Anders Madsen in the chase position. But as you said, Eddie, he just dropped out in quite a lot, lost a lot of proximity after that big dive. And Stavros Grillis doing everything pretty right in the lead position, picking up those points from the judges according as the run progresses. Madsen then looking to close the gap according as the run progressed here, and he's really needing to be able to make the dive here. Doesn't get any wheel into zone 5 as well, and Grillis is already set up with perfect angle for zone 6, and you've got to say that it's a good advantage here to the Greek driver heading into the second half.
I think so, yeah. I think, look, you know, despite his experience, he's been in the game since 2018, but the Danish driver just maybe the timing just seems to be a little bit off. I really like the aggression, but just couldn't get the timing right in the chase position. Now he's got to just try and put, you know, that to the back of his mind and focus on the lead line here and do as much as he can. Hope for a mistake here from Stavros Grillis, but Grillis not one to make a whole lot of mistakes in lead or chase. Big angle from Anders Madsen as he chose it into outside zone 2 now. A little bit deep into the inside zone, but gets back on it here. Makes it work as he comes into outside zone 4, but he just can't shake Stavros Grillis, who is so confident now in the chase position, turns and looks towards the front bumper of that E46 as Madsen drops some wheels as they cross the line.
Yeah, Madsen really looking to put foot to floor to try to get away from the Greek driver as they crossed the line, but I think it just pushed him out wide, Eddie. And yeah, even though Grillis totally sacrificed zone 1, I don't think the judges will mark you down that much in the chase position. You kind of need to be on the right hand side of the lead car coming in there. So, you know, the Greek driver doing pretty much everything right here in the chase. Knows he doesn't have to push terribly hard, but still finding the door of his Danish opponent as they make their way around zone 4. And look at this one again now from Stavros as Madsen now just right here puts foot to floor too much, drops 2 wheels off track, Eddie, and crosses the line.
Feeling the pressure from the chase car there,
yeah,
massively through that final zone.
You probably hear the 4-cylinder screaming in your ear there as well at that stage. So I think Stavros looking very, very cool, calm and collected there for that one, and indeed taking the win. Stavros Grillis books his place in the top 16 and continues his championship charge here, Eddie.
Yeah, he certainly does, and looking strong for it. Qualifying in 12th yesterday, but had a very impressive round 1. Finished second, of course, to Jakub Przygoński after qualifying 12th. So will that be a good omen, qualifying 12th here again? But he would meet Jakub Przygoński potentially in a final 4 this time around, were they both to get there. So we go back to the start line where it is the first of the second, or sorry, we're going back to the one more time now, of Zakrzewski and Obtrek. And these two guys, well, they were enjoying themselves out there, Mike. There was flashes of brilliance with some absolute madness and some mistakes out there on the first one, and it will be Zakrzewski now in the lead position for the second run of this one. 4th position in qualifying yesterday from Zakrzewski. Can he tidy it up this time around? Looks much improved as he fills outer zone 2 really nicely. Makes it difficult for Obtrek with the pace that he's carrying. Obtrek bringing the fight here, gets caught on the inside line here though as he tries to find that proximity. Does eventually get up onto the door of the S15, but loses some ground now as Obtrek points it towards outside zone 5 and into 6 and safely across the line.
Yeah, great pace there in the S15 of Zakrzewski's 880 brake horsepower steed, and once again Ovcharek with a huge experience in this sport, so he will be using all of that experience to keep a cool, calm head and keep himself in this battle. He'll have known that Zakrzewski was really fast off the line and maybe got a little bit of an advantage off of the start line. Ovcharek on the inside, slightly up the track there, but still finding the door and staying in the battle. And yeah, so it is still all to play for, but I think Zakrzewski, looking very strong. And the thing is, Eddie, these drivers might have had a split second to reset up the cars before the one more time. Maybe Zakrzewski said, okay, I'm fast, but my car's too hooked up. Maybe he took a tiny bit of grip out. He looks all the better for it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, yeah, as we go to the second half of this one, as you say, Obtrek not out of this one, but it needs a strong lead line, and he needs to basically replicate what happened in the previous run there. gets a rear wheel into that outside zone 1 now, fires it down into outside zone 2 and looks pretty quick, but he comes away from it as he just starts to come out of that zone as he points it towards inside zone 3. Nice through there as we see dropped wheels from Zakrzewski in the chase position now as he hunts down the BMW, tries to get up on the door, goes aggressive in the chase position once again as they come towards the final 2 zones. Ovcharek slow to get into outside zone 6, but does get there. And look at the aggression though from Zakrzewski as he trumps it onto the door as they cross the line.
Yeah, great looking battle there. Aesthetically, once again, 2 fantastic looking cars. Very different, the M2 of Ovcharek and the S15 of Zakrzewski. These M2 chassis getting very popular for drift use as well, Eddie. Still probably in the middle part of their development. Obviously the Silvias have been developed for 25 years in drifting at this stage, but these M2 chassis still pretty new, but they look very, very potent, that's for sure, as Ovcharek does a great job here in the lead. Looking very steady throughout. Both runs actually extremely steady, not doing anything to knock himself out, using all of his experience to stay, as the ground shakes here from the burnout box outside, but using all of his experience to stay in the run, get the car tucked really nicely into outer zone 6 there, but right there was Zakrzewski right with him, pushes him across the line, and I think in this all-Polish battle, it might be the Silvia which just had the bit more of aggression, I think. And indeed it is. 3 votes for Mikołaj Zakrzewski makes him advance to the top 16, and we lose Bartłomiej Ovcharek. Hopefully see him back for round 3, but we move it back to the line, Eddie. It is a big one and my favourite Livert car in the series.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's we got a chance to hear from Alexandra Fiau earlier on in her battle. I think she was saying, they were talking about Lucas's surname, and she was kind of saying, like, Kalashevsky who, so I think in a kind of a joking way. I think she knows the level of the challenge that she has that faces her here for this top 32 battle, but she'll relish in the opportunity as Lucas Kalashevsky is ready to try and launch his attack on this 2026 Pro Championship here at DMP. And look at the speed that he carries through the circuit here as he has Peter Vincek in his ear this weekend, and it's proving to be the difference maker as he looks absolutely on fire, the Polish driver in that A90 Supra, sporting the Wordhouse coverage. But look at his 4 wheels off, and unfortunately for Olaf Fiau, just trying so hard to keep with that, Drift Masters level. It's not even just Drift Masters level, it is a Drift Masters competition car, and the speed of that car through the course, unfortunately for the young Polish driver, she just couldn't compete. Even with that Coyote V8 underneath the bonnet.
Yeah, I mean, almost 2,000 brake horsepower on track, just shy of 1,900 brake horsepower on track between both cars at the moment. Crazy stuff here in DMP. And once again, guys, if you're watching from abroad or even in Poland, get yourself down here to this championship for a round for the remainder of the year. It is crazy stuff in terms of machinery and talent. But as you said, Alexandra Fiau, maybe just getting lost in the smoke there, maybe trying to make up the gap then also, and just getting caught out. Maybe didn't see the edge of the track limits coming at her so quickly, and 4 wheels off. That'll be a 0 for the Polish driver, and she's got a lot to do against Łukasz Kalashevsky in the second run.
Yeah, certainly some, not the perfect lead run from Łukasz, but obviously ultimately didn't matter. Some areas there that he can certainly tidy up on should he progress, and obviously has a huge advantage. You'd say worst case scenario is going to be one more time here for him if he was to maybe drop 3 wheels off or have a mechanical or something like that. But you got to say he's definitely favoured going into the second half of this one as Alexandra Fiau just moves towards the start line. We get a thumbs up from both drivers, and says watch the lights, red to green. Here we go. Is there something in it for Alexandra Fiau? She's slow off the line, notably, but she does get it done within the 2 seconds that she is allowed in order to leave the line. Drops wheels as she enters into outside zone 2. Not the perfect lead line here for Fiau, unfortunately, and she just battles with the grip levels perhaps that are out on the circuit now as Łukasz looking really confident in the chase position. More wheels dropped here. It's just the error count for Alexandra Fiau just starting to get a little bit too high here in this top 32 battle. She knew she was going to be up against it, Mike, and it just seems as though the would you believe it, just I don't believe my eyes, Mike. Well, we talked about the only things that could force this into a one more time were maybe a big mistake, 3 wheels off for Łukasz, or a mechanical, and he shuts that car down about 5 meters from the finish line after a calamity of errors from Alexandra Fiao, but the door has been opened back up for her once again.
Yeah, Eddie, I was literally just writing the results into our battle sheet here, and prematurely, I should have known better, Eddie. Around drifting, you never know. It's never over till it's over. And Alexandra Fiao has gotten a get out of jail free card. Okay, so let's watch back to the replay here.
Oh yeah, I can see the judges watching back the replay on their screen. You can see
Oh,
actually
okay.
it's actually paused perfectly for us. 3 wheels off from Alexandra Fiao at outside zone 4, which basically negates the mistake at the end. So we didn't spot that in real time,
Yeah,
Mike. And
didn't spot that it was 3 wheels off actually.
Yeah.
So, but it is, her front wheel is just
you
about
can
a
see,
foot off track
the
here.
eagle-eyed judges spotting that, and yeah, so you can go back to your notes, and it looks as though it will be unanimous. And Łukasz Kalashevsky moves on, and wow, that was it. That was an interesting one and a heart-stopping moment there for almost everybody. But yeah, very clearly, as we can see in the replay there, the judges have paused first that it is 3 wheels off at outside zone 4. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so just enough happened earlier in that battle to call it before the straightening, and we move it back down to the line, Eddie. I think we're on the right-hand side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be Samuel Mladenov to take on Orest Michaluk.
It is indeed. So as we write in here that Łukasz moves on, we go to the next battle, and very tight one in qualifying, Eddie. 15th place, 18th.
Yeah, and two guys, you know, that had a somewhat disappointing round 1, looking for a turn of fortune here now as they, you know, reset things at round 2. A good opportunity. Very similar, as you mentioned, Mike, in qualifying. So there should be, you know, it's one of those where both drivers will feel like it's a real opportunity. Not coming up against somebody who was super strong yesterday in qualifying, and the door very much open here as Mladenov in the lead position, doing a nice job just to kind of keep that car on the correct line, and making it somewhat easier for Michalchuk in the chase position to gain that proximity, and as they get themselves across the line, the first run of their top 32 battle in the books.
Yeah, absolutely. So Poland versus Slovakia in this battle as well. It's an international affair here at DMP as the BMW leads us in here. Let's see, comes away from the outside of zone 2 a little bit early once again, but Mladenov looking pretty good here now, coming into number 4 on that outside line, exactly as the judges want to see. And Michalchuk, Orest, not really with the proximity, Eddie, that we want to see. He's not on the door, he's not putting pressure on the lead driver here, so I think he's going to have a perfect lead run here in order to bring this battle back in his favour, because the Slovakian had a nice tidy lead run. Maybe didn't set the world alight, but overall I think he's coming in with a nice advantage into the second part of this battle.
Yeah, so we do switch them around. It will be Orest Michalchuk to jump into the lead position to try and put down that perfect lead line for Samuel Mladenov to chase in that E92 BMW as they get the go from the green light at the start line. And nice from Michalchuk in that lead position, looking really confident as they flick it nicely towards inside zone 3 now, as Mladenov looks to try and jump up onto the door of that S14. Can he find that aggression and that proximity through the latter stages of the run now to try and just force this and force his way into a top 16, as Michalchuk just flirts with the very edge of the circuit bike, and across the line they go.
Yeah, so the 22-year-old versus 33-year-old, good battle here. Nothing, you know, absolutely crazy popping out. No 3 wheels off, obviously no spins. So let's just have a look at the replay here as the Slovakian once again puts the Polish driver under pressure as he comes into zone 4, very wide actually here from Mladenov in the chase position. Now starts to really find the door, and yeah, I think it's going to be a tight battle, lady. It's going to be a tight one in the eyes of the judges. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Both drivers having good and bad points to the run. So I think still maybe a lot to play for in this one in the eyes of the judges.
Yeah, a little bit back and forth, Mike, really, over the 2 runs. No kind of standout driver over.
You get blown a kiss there, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was for me or for some lucky lady in the audience, but we'll say it's for me, Mike.
It's for you,
we'll say
Eddie.
it's for me.
You caught it there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So just waiting for the judges to tabulate this in a very interesting, contrasting livery actually between both cars, but a very interesting livery there in the form of Michalczuk Orist's S14. The wraps these days are getting crazy, aren't they?
Yeah, really crazy. I mean, it's amazing what people are able to do. So much creativity. But who's going to go through? That decision is coming now, and it looks as though it's going to be unanimous. All judges in favour of Samuel Mladenov, in 2017 champion. Michalczuk is knocked out, unfortunately. The semi-pro champ, former semi-pro champ, that is.
Yeah, so former semi-pro champ, doing well in the pro class here, but not enough for Samuel Mladenov, who goes through to the top 16 to face off against Łukasz. Be an interesting battle.
So back to the start line, where it is the Estonian Simon Suvema to take on Arthur Havrilenko. And this one's going to be exciting. Two very exciting drivers. And two drivers that are very difficult to try and pick a winner. Both getting knocked out in the top 16 at round 1, Mike. So two drivers that will be looking for to at least replicate that result, if not improve on it. And only one of them is going to get the opportunity to do so, as we see Suvema lead in Havrilenko. And Suvema on that wide line, nice and early, given the opportunity to the lead driver to get aggressive, but maybe a little bit too aggressive goes Havrilenko as he jumps too far up onto the door of that GR86. So Simon Suvema, and Suvema now just locks into that wide line, perfect through outside zone 4 now, as he opens the door here for Havrilenko to go aggressive and try and find some proximity, but Havrilenko just can't find the fluidity in the chase position. Lots of corrections at the steering wheel as they cross the line.
Yeah, very similar chassis there, and very similar liveries in extremely different colours, of course. So very cool Toyota battle here. Havrilenko, the Ukrainian, straight away finding the door of Simon Suvema, and staying there for quite a lot of the first outside long zone, and through 3, pretty uniform for both drivers through 3, and once again Havrilenko, maybe not with a lot of angle though. If you watch the angle for both cars, Havrilenko not matching the angle of his Estonian counterpart, so the judges will watch that. They will award him for proximity, but they will knock him down a little bit for the lack of angle. Now the angle is much better here around outer zone 6, where he matches pretty much the angle of the Estonian with great proximity as well, and crosses the line. And I think, Eddie, once again, it's one of those battles, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but it's still all to play for here between the Ukrainian and Estonian.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think from Arthur Havrilenko's point of view, just needs to tidy it up a little bit as Simon Suvema goes very aggressive off the line, jumps the line, and a little bit of a delay there from Havrilenko, but gets it done in time, crucially, and gets into outside zone 2 now, and starts to just pull a little bit of gap from Suvema. Suvema looks for the door and tries to apply some pressure of his own to the Ukrainian driver Havrilenko in that lead position. Havrilenko turns it down into outside zone 6 now, fills that zone. As you see, the runs just starting to clean up and get better and better as the battles progress.
Yeah, and it's going to get hotter and hotter as we go into the top 16 and the Great 8. So, Suvema here, the much higher qualifier in 7th position, so you'd fancy him to take this battle. However, I do think that he did not bring the fight quite as much as Havrilenko did in terms of sheer proximity. Now again, Havrilenko did not have the angle around this zone in the previous run. Suvema matching the angle much better, but crucially not got a lot of proximity to the lead driver as we watch them transition back now, the little touch and go through 5, and they dial on the angle into 6. Beautiful style there from Havrilenko as he gets the 86 rotated really nicely, uniformly, and across the line with perfect angle all the way around. So, perhaps the lower qualifier might be able to make a little bit of an upset here, Eddie.
Well, we are going to see what the judges think of it as both drivers try and get themselves out of the car and have a little wave to the crowd, a little bit of a moment together, and they'll embrace the Estonian and the Ukrainian.
With similar race suits.
With similar race suits, yes. So here we go. Judges' decision are in, and it is Arthur Havrilenko, as you alluded to, Mike, with that more aggression in the chase position, moves on to the top 16. The Ukrainian will be absolutely delighted with that. And you know what? Shame to lose either of those drivers and also either of those cars. We turn it back to the start line, where it's going to be Timur Lipski to take on Mateusz Suski. Lipski and Suski. You see Timur Lipski, the young Ukrainian driver, and one of my favourite cars on the grid, the Polish driver Mateusz Suski in that impeccable A90 Supra.
Yeah, impeccable is the word. Beautiful car. Really want to see him getting on well because he's so aggressive, so entertaining. Watching him there in practice all weekend and watching him qualifying as well. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it certainly is, as Lipski leads in Mateusz Suski, and Lipski on that nice, perfect line, getting a lot of help here from Paweł Koperlinski, and a former car of his, as he tucks onto that deep line at outside zone 4 and makes it difficult for Mateusz Suski in the chase position. Gets clouded out with smoke and just struggling to find that proximity as the speed of that S14 just rips through the circuit. Finally finds the proximity as they cross the line.
Yeah, nice lead there towards the end of the lap. Once again from Timur Lipski, the Ukrainian, 19 years old, with 900 brake horsepower, using all of those horses to get the Silvia up and going and try to increase the gap here to Mateusz Suski. And Mateusz very much on the inside line once again, not what the judges want to see. They don't want to see you cutting the track and making life easy for yourself. Once again, Mateusz on the inside line around outer zone 4, bleeding off some points here. Of course, these outer zones worth 10 line points in the eyes of our line judge, who is of course Mateusz Cidic. And overall, okay, good run from both drivers overall, and nice line from Mateusz in the chase position across the line and good proximity as well. But I think Mateusz Suski maybe leaving a couple of points on the board by going a little bit on the inside of each of those zones earlier on in the lap, Eddie.
Yeah, inclined to agree with you, Mike, as we get ready to switch them around. Don't appear to have cars on the line. Are they being afforded an opportunity just to cool the engines, perhaps?
They might be gone for an ice cream.
They could be.
It's warm.
I wouldn't blame them. And there is a lovely ice cream stand very close by.
There is. So they could be just...
Oh, no, here they are, back from the ice cream stand.
Back from the ice cream stand here.
Yeah, they're going to be suffering from brain freeze now, Mike, for the second half of this one. So it's going to be a real test of a battle of the wits and who can, overcome that brain freeze.
The brain freeze, yeah. It depends on the ice cream they got as well, of course. Katowice is quite warm at the moment, guys. Not quite as warm as we had in Warsaw at 40 degrees 3 weeks ago for round 1 of DMP, but still about 28, 29 at the moment here. So the car's under a lot of pressure.
They certainly are.
They're 900 brake horsepower each, so 1800 brake horsepower here on track, guys, creating a lot of heat. It's Ukraine versus Poland, and it is...
That Poland?
Sorry?
That Poland? It's the Ukraine versus the Poland.
Yeah.
I think it's just Poland. So here we go, the second half of this one. It's going to be Suski to lead in Lipski as we get ready to go, and some work here to be done from Mateusz Suski as he fires that A90 Super hard and fast into outside zone 2 here and starts to open up a little bit of a gap of his own here on Timur Lipski, who comes for the fight now as he tries to formulate his attack into outside zone 4. A couple of wheels though dropped from the lead driver of Mateusz Suski of that A90 Super as they pointed towards outside zone 5 now and that wall section of the circuit. Nicely judged there from the lead driver as Lipski now tucks into the pocket and tries to find some proximity as they cross the line.
Yeah, far better run there from both drivers. Really nice lead there from Mateusz Suski in the lead position in the beautiful A90 Supra. I'm getting to like these chassis more and more every time I see them, Eddie. They're fast. Once they're developed now, they seem to be a very good chassis. Not so good when they came out. We saw Peter Binsek having a lot of problems with his one, and of course we do see Dave Egan's one at Group D where I work all the time, and are developing that.
Of course, struggling with his one as well.
Of course, yeah, exactly. So internationally a tough chassis, but it looks like Mateusz Suski's one is working very well. But Timur Lipski in the much more familiar Silvia S14, which we all know and love, maybe lacking his own little bit of angle here in the chase position. But overall, yeah, really clean run from both drivers across the line, and going to be a tough one in the eye of the judges to separate.
Yeah, the team saying that S14 quite a modest build, but built, to allow a very talented Paweł Koperlinski to be rather competitive in it, but a challenge for Lipski, but he still gets the call, and over the course of the 2 runs he moves on, and unfortunately for Mateusz Suski that'll be the end of his run here at round 2. So we move back to the start line where it's going to be quite an interesting one. It's going to see Paweł Grosz take on Lukas Wilczek, and Paweł Grosz of course qualifying in 3rd position, but of course did have issues at round 1. Retiring in the top 16 if I remember correctly, but also qualified in 3rd position at round 1, so very consistent in terms of his qualifying. Now just needs the car to work with him here at round 2 if he has hopes of progressing on. But for Lukas Wilczek, missed out on qualifying at round 1, and now he's back in the game here, scraped in 30th position. Grosz choosing to lead on the second run, so chasing first and letting Lukas Wilczek have that fresh air, that clean air in front of him for the first half of this one. He's got a big mistake there, Mike, as he gets all over the place as he goes through outside or inside zone 1, but then a big mistake from the lead driver as going to outside zone 4, and it's a calamity of errors.
Yeah, it's all over the place a little bit on this battle, and I was just saying, I think that Pavel Grosz was actually doing the same thing in round 1, choosing to chase first, but
he was actually, I think, perhaps the only driver doing it.
Yeah, but watch this here now, guys. If you just really lock in on this one, let's see what happened. As both drivers initiate pretty cleanly, puff of smoke from the rear tyres, full throttle from both drivers, full tyre smoke from both drivers. Now, Grosz transitions in the wrong part of the track. Let's watch this now from Łukasz. Does he do anything unusual?
Well, the question is there 3 wheels as well? No, it's not 3 wheels, but yeah.
I don't see... Okay, there was a slight correction maybe from Wilczek in the lead position, but I didn't see anything which should have put Grosz, who was quite a way back. I think Grosz was just in the wrong position on the track, maybe panicked a little bit, knew he had made a mistake, went way off track, and, you know, made the mistake of his own accord in the chase, possibly.
Yeah, I think so, and you kind of alluded to it yesterday, Mike, when drivers make a mistake, it can lead to more mistakes as we see them. Pavel Grosz now into that lead position. He needs a mistake here, it seems, from Łukasz Wilczek in the chase position, and the spotters, I'm sure, will have been on the radio to Wilczek to say to him, look, just don't do anything silly and you may find yourself in a top 16 here. As what a lead run this is from Pavel Grosz. He's absolutely nailing the circuit and showing just why he was 3rd place in qualifying yesterday. But is it too little too late? We've seen it go wrong for drivers in these final couple of zones, but for Wilczek it doesn't appear to be any problems just yet as the rear tyres go on fire as he crosses the line.
Yeah, Pavel Grosz there showing exactly, as you said, why he qualified so highly. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't look great for him after that first run, but we'd have to see what the judges say about that, obviously. Now, Grosz is sitting in the top 10 in this championship as well, guys. We will be updating you, of course, with championship standings a little bit more according as the battle brackets progress and the action heats up here, DMP run 2. But Grosz looking really, really good. And again, I think that you might, you know, have seen Łukasz Wilczek's spotters on the radio to him saying, don't over push it here. He's after making a huge mistake spinning. You're at a 10-0 advantage. As long as you complete the run with an active chase, you should progress here. But let's see, just in case the judges thought that Łukasz Wilczek did something funny in the lead position and caused the spin there from Grosz, but I don't think so, Eddie. Yeah, and that is it confirmed. Łukasz Wilczek makes his way into the top 16, taking out 3rd place qualifier Pavel Grosz in the process. So a bit of an upset there in terms of qualifying results. And okay, so moving along to the top 16 is indeed Łukasz Wilczek, and we move it on to the next battle, Eddie, which is not on the line yet.
No, not on the line. No, not on the line, but a big mistake. And it looks like I believe we are going to go down to Victoria, who has an interview.
My nie możemy z Łukaszem uwierzyć, w co się stało, bo tak się dużo wcześniej działo. Połowy zawieszenia nie było. Jedziesz na Amorze, który nie jest twój i troszeczkę jest innym setupem. No i co ty żeś zrobił, chłopie, teraz?
No powiem szczerze, że jakby ktoś powiedział, że przed katowicką publicznością uda mi się zrobić to, co zrobiłem, to bym brał to w ciemno. Dzięki za super doping, jesteście super!
Ogromne brawa, Łukasz, powiedz mi, bo okazuje się, że ty wcale nie musisz mieć drogiego zawieszenia, żeby robić takie fantastyczne przejazdy. Rozumiem, że bardzo szybko się wjechałeś w ten nowy setup.
Powiem szczerze, że niosą mnie chyba tylko emocje, nie myślę, tylko robię, pamięć mięśniowa, no i to przynosi rezultaty, ale to dzięki tej super publiczności, naprawdę, dzięki!
Powiedz mi jeszcze ostatnia rzecz, czy ty byłeś świadomy tego, że coś tam się zapaliło u ciebie, czy nie?
Teraz? Tak. Całe szczęście nie.
No i dobrze, to był po prostu ogień przejazd. Gratulacje i widzimy się już za moment w kolejnych przejazdach.
So there you have it, and Łukasz Wilczek absolutely delighted with that, Mike, and why not taking down 3rd place qualifier and a big name in the sport in Pavel Grosz, who will be an unhappy man going back to the pits, and that will put a huge dent in his hopes for a championship run here in 2026.
Yeah, 4-run championship, and won't be happy with that result. But
And I'm just looking down to the start line, Mike, where we only see one car. So I'm wondering, do we have a retirement? It looks as though we have Valery Shevelov down on the start line with no sign of Krzysztof Juszwak, the Polish driver in his BMW M2 just yet. And I didn't spot a driver in the burnout box warming tyres. Oh, it looks as though we do have him there on the line. So maybe it was just old footage that we were seeing. He's well hidden there. So we do have Krzysztof Juszwak in the background. So happy days. We will see this top 32 battle between our 14th place qualifier and our 19th place qualifier. Ukraine versus Poland. Here we go. Shevelov to lead them in as the higher qualifier. And he gets nice and aggressive into that outside zone here as he looks to try and pull a gap here as Krzysztof Juszwak comes for the proximity but gets caught up on the inside line now here as he takes out the cone in the inside zone. Now needs to try and be perfect through the final zones and put some pressure on Valery Shevelov, has been so good through this competition. Managed a top 8 finish at round 1 and looking to improve on that here at round 2 and looking strong for it right now.
yeah, definitely quite close in terms of qualifying between both drivers. 14th versus 18th. Shevelov, the higher qualifier, leading us in. And Shevelov's car has looked very, very fast to me from round 1, to be honest. Eddie, he's looked like he has that S13 dialed in so tightly. And in practice especially, we saw him like leapfrogging through the course. Now, Juszwak doing a little bit, doing a little bit of off-roading, I guess, on the transition.
Like potentially 3 wheels off there at outside or inside zone 3.
Yeah, I've just spotted that there, which stopped me in my track speaking, actually. So let's see if he actually did put all those wheels off. But
yeah,
Shevelov,
definitely too. I'd need to see it again to be sure, but yeah, definitely too close to 3 wheels. So this one could be. I mean, regardless, it looks like a huge mistake, unless of course the judges could deem it the responsibility of the lead driver, which I don't think they will. So here we go, second half of this one, and it will be Juszwak now in that lead position to try and find that perfect lead run and hope for a mistake from Valery Shevelov. But Shevelov has, as we say, been so consistent. A slight hit of a wheel drop there from the lead driver, but just manages to make it work as they switch it back. And now problems for Shevelov in the chase position as they come into outside zone 3. Oh, again, riding his luck is Krzysztof Juszwak as he comes into outside zone 4 now. They need to tidy this up through the final 2 sections. Can they find a better line? Much improved this time around, but again, Shevelov just losing ground, then formulates his attack and puts it on the door through the final section.
yeah, very exciting run there, and Shevelov picking up the cone there, and I think he carried it around with him all the way. Now, he doesn't have a great initiation here into outer zone 2 either, great rotation. He kind of straightens up for a split second, so the judges will be definitely clawing a couple of points back in the way of Juszwak, and almost 3 wheels off there from Shevelov. So whatever advantage he had from the first one is now gone. Now Juszwak drops 2 wheels as he makes his way around outer zone 4. So this is a very tough one for the judges. There's a lot to take into account as Shevelov now makes a big dive there and has to pull back out of it. Almost drops wheels as a result, and full throttle across the line. Does get good proximity at the end, and a lot to take into account here for the judges. Guys, if you're watching at home, you'll agree there's quite a lot happening here.
Certainly a lot to unpack for the judges on that one, and they may be they're just looking back over the replays. You can see very close to having 3 wheels off for Juszwak in outside zone 4, but it looked as though he did just kind of keep that front right hand wheel on the line throughout that section.
We got to get some WD-40 for your chair there, Eddie. You've got a creaky chair.
I think it's your chair.
It could be my chair too, I'm not sure. As we lay back here and enjoy the drifting here at DMP Round 2 in Katowice. And a beautiful city once again, city of stark contrast in terms of architecture. You've got the old versus new and the industrial old coal mining history versus the new. But yes, it's Valery Shevelov that takes the win, Eddie, into the top 16.
From both, but Valery was able to have slightly cleaner lead.
Yeah, so David Callis there saying just messy chase runs from both, but Valery just able to have a slightly cleaner lead line, getting him the call from the judges as we move back to the start line where it will be Jakub Kroll to take on Simos Tikas. for one of our final two spots in the top 16, Mike.
Yeah, Jakub Król, former DMP champion from last year, so coming in hot, obviously a Drift Masters European Championship driver, making the long drive down from Finland to be here in DMP Run 2 down in southern Poland. Two beautiful cars on the line here, and it's going to be a crazy battle, Ed.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a crazy battle as Jakub Król looks to fire his way into those first two zones and does a nice job getting the car set up perfectly as he comes for the inside zone. Nice again as we see Tikas just taking that cone at the inside zone, with also a wheel drop there from Jakub Król through outside zone 4 now as the error count starts to creep up on both sides, but not a huge count for Jakub Król as he takes it across the line and looks to be the stronger of the two over the course of that first run.
Yeah, the higher qualifier as well by quite a way. Król qualifying in 6th position versus Tikas in
27th,
yeah, way down there.
Jakub Król obviously 4th position at round 1, so very much in the hunt for a championship here, and he is the reigning champion from 2025. 3rd in 2024 as well, Mike, so this guy has been really on form over the last number of years in this local domestic championship.
Yeah, and if you remember back, Eddie, I do recall that Jakub Król didn't know whether he was going to commit to the rest of the season after doing round 1, but maybe after that strong finish that he had in round 1, he probably said, okay, I'm in with a shout here, I've had a good finish at round 1 of a 4-round championship, I'm gonna do the rest of the season. And he's looking here to take names, and
yeah, entered the championship as a wildcard for this season, and obviously with his commitments in Drift Masters GP, as you rightly said, Mike wasn't sure was he going to do the full championship, but with no wildcards allowed for this round due to the limited space in the paddock, he's decided to commit to the full season. So we're looking forward to seeing what he can do for the rest of the year. As you can see, just to look back at that mistake from Tikas as he entered through that inside zone, and a lot of drivers we're seeing today, Mike, in the chase position, getting caught a little bit in the smoke, perhaps just coming into that section and dropping wheels, collecting the cone and bringing it with them. And judges will be watching that, and you know, I think the spotters will be watching it as well. And for any drivers progressing on to the top 16, they'll be letting them know that they need to be aware as they go through that section not to be making that mistake.
Yeah, absolutely, and big gaps opening up there as well. So the very Batmobile BMW looking car in the hands of the Cypriot. Simos Tikas versus Jakub Król in the chase position. It's going to be a good one again.
It certainly is, as we now see Tikas now in the lead position to lead in Jakub Król. Tikas on a really nice line through those first couple of sections and opens the door here for Jakub Król, the experienced Drift Masters driver, to get right up on the door of that incredible BMW E36 with the 2JZ underneath the bonnet, producing 900 brake horsepower, but it's no slouch. Follow him is that S14 with 920 brake horsepower of Jakub Król, who just comes in on a shallower line there just to try and gain that proximity through the final sections, and across the line they go.
Yeah, great run there from Król in the chase position, and I think he's after putting any doubts in the minds of the judges to bed. I think they can make this decision pretty simply. Tikas doing a very nice run in the lead position, and if you are watching at home, guys, maybe if you're not watching on your phone, you're watching on your TV, have a quick Google of a Batmobile BMW. I think he's after styling this E36 in honor of that, I think it's a 3.0 CSL E9 chassis, but if you Google Batmobile BMW, you will start to see the similarities in the front splitter and the spoiler of the E36. I said it to him in practice there, but I don't think he understood me because there was lots of noise and, you know. So, very cool car, but we might not be seeing a lot more of it because Jakub Król put in a fantastic chase run there as well as a great lead, and it could be the Polish driver moving on to the top 16 here, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say, Ed.
Yeah, exactly. As we've alluded to, Mike, we're quite regularly and often wrong with our predictions or our analysis of the run. So
I was even wrong from inside my own car sometimes, Eddie. I thought I won and I didn't.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, correct on this time around though. Jakub Król getting the win, and unfortunately for Simos Tikas, he does get knocked out, and qualified 6th at round 1 and then got knocked out in the top 32. So it's kind of been a disappointing battle stage for him in 2026, but we will hopefully see him back for round 3 in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, so good to see Jakub Król competing as we move it along to our last battle, I believe, Eddie, in the top 32, if I'm not mistaken.
It is indeed, Mike, and it's one that we said we were looking really forward to. Lucas Serrata, DJ Lucky Boy, to take on Michael Reichardt, who didn't make it to round one, but of course is so experienced, the veteran of the Drift Masters European Championship. He's back here this weekend, qualified down in 22nd position, but of course his first run was hampered by those very wet conditions. Lucas Serrata in this 350Z with 440 brake horsepower. He says stock engine. We don't believe him, but you know, a really nice guy, really fun guy to be around. We're going to go down to his pits and have a bit of fun with him afterwards. But he's on an absolute ripper of a lead line here as he tears through the circuit, and he is coming for it here. And he's looking ever the more experienced driver as Reichardt struggles in the chase position just to keep with this 350Z that absolutely stomps its authority over the battle, drops the wheel as he comes into outside zone 6. But Michael Reichardt shuts it down, and perhaps problems with that E36 BMW.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most powerful cars on the grid at 970 horsepower versus I think the lowest power car on the grid at 440 horsepower in the hands of Lucas Serrata. But you know, the 350Z chassis, Ed, it's a really good Pro 2 chassis, and it can be developed into a good Pro car. But it's rare that you see them actually being really, really up there in the Pro class. However, this one in the hands of Lucas Serrata is absolutely crazy. It seems to have the grip, it seems to have the angle, it seems to have the good stable transitions of a Silvia almost. And Michael Reichardt there just shutting it down at this point, unfortunately, definitely. You know, I think mechanical's there for the Czech driver. A double Czech Republic battle here, of course, as well. And I think, unfortunately, the BMW side of this battle shutting it down with all those horsepowers. And of course, Eddie, the 350Z famously reliable as well.
Yeah, famously reliable, as you say, Mike, as we get a thumbs up from both drivers and our start line marshal. We wait that green light. Here we go. Michael Reichardt needs to find a little bit of magic here in the lead position and hope for a gift or a big error from Lucas Serrata in the chase position as we go into that first zone. It just doesn't look like that car is driving the way Michael Reichardt was hoping that it would after yesterday's qualifying session. And you know, in practice he looked really confident, but not able to find those wide lines. And now starts getting good with a big contact as he backed out of it. It looked like that car perhaps just shut it down on him again. Doesn't look as though there's a huge amount of damage, but that was a big shot.
Yeah, I think we do see damage there on the back of Lukasz's 350Z as well. So let's see what happens here on initiation. I mean, okay, well, Lukasz finds himself on the wrong part of the track, possibly caused a little bit by an unpredictable lead, but I don't think it was that much of an unpredictable one. But let's watch it here. Does he shut it down?
No smoke. No smoke.
No smoke. No smoke. Yeah. No smoke.
But I think, for Serrata, you would count yourself lucky there because, as you say, Mike, very much on an inside line through outside zone 2. And we've seen the judges be very critical of drivers taking that line on the opposite way back at outside zone 6.
Yeah, but he was at such an advantage because, you know, obviously Reichardt hadn't even finished his first run, so I think he was still, you know, in pole position to take the win. But overall, yeah, a little bit of a get out of jail free card possibly there for if the run was to continue that way for DJ Lucky Boy. But I think overall it is going to be.
If I was studying body language there, Mike, it would look like Michael Reichardt was meant to go over and have a word there, but an embrace and the fellow countrymen a big hug, and you can see, you know, Lucas Serrata, he's been around the game a long time himself, but I think, you know, appreciating the Czech Republic legend that is Michael Reichardt, and he will be absolutely delighted to see himself progressing into the top 16.
Yeah, of course. Lucas Serrata drifting in Ibisu in his practice car, of course, in Japan, so one of the top competitors in the series in terms of driving style, and high five in the fans.
It certainly is, and great to see those scenes. But that rounds out our top 32 bracket, and let's take a quick look at the top 16 bracket that we'll be coming back for in a few moments' time. So it will be our highest qualifier, Jakub Przygoński, to take on Marek Wartałowicz in that first of our top 16 brackets, which is a repeat of a top 16 battle at round 1, and second place qualifier Lukas Kalashevsky will be taking on Samuel Mladenov, and they're the kind of standout battles for our top ranked drivers after yesterday's. But Abdul Karim Yahan will be taking on Stavros Grillis, and I think that's going to be a mouth-watering battle. But for you and me, Mike, that is it for the top 32. We'll be back later on this afternoon for our top 16. Join us then.
Dziękujemy bardzo. A obok mnie kierowca, konstruktor, innowator. Dziś także gość w naszym studio. Człowiek, który ma absolutnie zajęty weekend, do tego wzięty w 2 ognie razem ze mną i Wiktorią. No,
Bądź gotowy,
dużo
Marek.
się dzieje.
Będą tylko proste. Dużo się
Będą
dzieje.
tylko proste, dokładnie.
Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich.
To jeszcze powiedzmy na początek o tym przejeździe w top 32. Jak twoje wrażenia? No i w tym top 16 zobaczymy cię ze starym, dobrym kolegą Jakubem Przygońskim. Ile to już razy rywalizowaliście w parze?
Oj, ciężko by było spamiętać ile razy. Na pewno raz mi udało się wygrać, to pamiętam na rundzie na Bemowie. Na pierwszej rundzie w tym roku, no niestety w top, na tym samym etapie, który teraz będę jechał, przegrałem, ale mam nadzieję, że tym razem będzie pojedynek rozstrzygnięty na moją korzyść. I cóż, no wracając jeszcze do samego przejazdu top 32 z Łukaszem Tasiemskim, trochę mnie na początku nastraszył, że jest bardzo wolny, że jego auto nie jest tak szybkie jak pozostałe auta w stawce, ale wiedziałem, że tutaj jest takie psychologiczne podejście i do końca jak będziemy jechać, ten samochód na pewno nie będzie tak wolny, jak on tutaj deklarował, więc i rzeczywiście tak finalnie było, chociaż delikatnie w głowie to z tyłu zostało, żeby ten margines trochę błędu zostawić sobie większy, żeby jednak nie dojeżdżać pod same drzwi, że może to auto w pewnym momencie bardziej zwolnić niż powinno. Całe szczęście w nieszczęściu, no bo tak naprawdę no, pojedynek wygrany nie w pełni do końca czystym przejazdem, tylko przez usterkę techniczną przeciwnika, więc no, nie do końca jakby takie fajna wygrana, ale wygrana to jest wygrana, więc trochę całe szczęście, że miało usterkę ze sprzęgłem, bo mogłoby być różnie, jakby dociągnął auto do końca.
Za to ty miałeś taktykę, bo taka była taktyka Tasiema, żeby trochę cię psychicznie zwolnić, a ty miałeś taktykę, jak jeździłeś rekinem słynnymi kątami Wartałowicza. To była taktyka, żeby taki duży kąt robić, żeby to było trudniejsze w gonieniu?
Nie do końca. To był po prostu styl, który lubiłem, po prostu tak. Zagłuszają nas, czy nie zagłuszają?
No twój rywal cię
Nas
zagłusza.
słychać.
Kolejny taktykę
Ćwiczę już,
psychologiczną.
ćwiczę.
Zaraz, bo
tak,
chyba
kolejny
coś
chcecie
go tutaj
rozproszyć,
ściana
Marek.
zaczyna przyciągać. Ale to...
Kuba zachowawczo tutaj
Ale teraz,
dał nam
teraz
swobodę.
chyba jesteśmy świadkami nielegalnego zapoznania się z trasą. Dodatkowy przejazd ten zawodnik dostał. Nie wiem, czy to jest w porządku. Chyba powinienem też ustawić się w kolejce.
Ja myślę, że powinieneś zaraz wyjechać jeszcze raz,
Okej.
ale tak słuchając tego, jak opowiadasz o autach, o maszynach, słychać, że jest to ogromna pasja i chciałabym zapytać w dzisiejszych czasach. Człowiek, doświadczenie, team, czyli ten pierwiastek ludzki versus maszyna, silnik, ustawienia i wszelkie innowacje. Jak to procentowo się rozkłada, żeby przełożyło się na sukces?
Oj, myślę, że wszystko jest bardzo istotne po trochu. Jakby kierowca, wiadomo, jest ostatnim, można powiedzieć, trochę takim elementem w całej układance. Musi połączyć trasę, przejechać ją w odpowiedni sposób, ale sam kierowca, nie mając odpowiednich ludzi wokół siebie, no, nie będzie w stanie w zasadzie być w tym miejscu, być w miejscu odbywania się zawodów i tak dalej, więc w tym momencie, mając zawody na takim poziomie, Mistrzostwa Polski na takim poziomie, z taką ilością zawodników, to niestety trzeba ze sobą mieć potężny sztab fajnych, dobrych ludzi, żeby po prostu tu być.
Świetnie to słyszeć. No i czekamy w takim razie na rywalizację twoją i Jakuba Przygońskiego w top 16. Teraz króciutka przerwa, ale wracamy.
Dziękujemy
niebawem.
bardzo. Do zobaczenia.
Dzięki.
block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.